Get ready for adventure with the Carroll County 2026 Agritourism Passport. From June through October, explore more than 25 local farms and agricultural events. Eat, play, learn, and support Carroll's agricultural community along the way. Pick up a passport at the Carroll County Visitor Center, or new this year, join the fun digitally through the Let's Rally app. Each stop you visit earns you entries to win exciting prizes. Learn more at carrollgrown.org/agritourism passport 2026.
Good evening and welcome to the 2026 Carroll County 4-H and FFA Fair. My name is Sam Chamlin and I'm a former 4-H'er, a volunteer, a parent, and a superintendent here at the fair. And it's my pleasure to welcome you to this evening's Market Lamb Show. And we're delighted to bring you a highly competitive show this evening. Market lambs often kick off our livestock celebration this week. They often are the show that goes first, and that is true again this year. We're going to bring out some of the best lambs in the county and some even better kids. And we're going to judge some great lambs today, and we're glad that you're along for the ride. Throughout the course of the evening, we're going to be doing some interviews and bringing you some conversation from some of our winners and from other stories around our young men and women who exhibit lambs and some of the other projects that they carry that intersect with their sheep project. So thank you so much for being here. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the sheep show.
Well, welcome to the sheep show tonight, and very pleasant class to start out with the senior showmanship. We got a full house tonight. That's awesome. I always say that's community sport. People want to come see the kiddos exhibit their animals, or you want to talk to your friends somebody you ain't seen in a year. And so that's what the county fair is all about, is good fellowship also behind it. And so, but we're going to have a good time tonight. Boy, this class gets me excited of senior showmanship, and that's what it's all about, because this is where, you know, maybe this is their last time ever coming into the county arena, and showing and showmanship competition. And so, the good memories are made from, when you're young all the way till your senior year. And so, very good class. And I think these two out here just stand out a little bit more better. And when we talk about showmanship and sheep, and you got to make sure these things get presented right. We have different styles and types, and I'm not really worried about that. I just want to make sure it works for the exhibitor and what they do and how they set up feet and legs. And so, young lady does a great job. That one just didn't want to walk with her, but boy, she is timely mannered, and she gets that one set up. We set the feet up. We get that one posted up on its back legs, and she digs into that one pretty deep and gets that one right. That's why I say one thing, just make sure that one walks a little bit better, but supreme eye contact, very nice. She balances out really well with that animal. Young man does a super good job too. That one just wants to fight him ever so slightly a little bit, wants to lay back in his stance, and then he has to get him right back into him. But boy, I like his stance. He's aggressive right there to the front 1/3 of his body. He keeps those ears jacked up. Does a really good job on keeping that one balanced also from point of shoulder. Like I said, he just wants to move a little bit when he gets him set up. Young lady comes in next. She does a good job. Go ahead, you can walk him over there. Does a really good job also. This one's, she balances out this one super good. I like her style. One thing is that one just didn't want to cooperate on the feet and legs, and I wish she just had it set up just a little bit more easier, a little bit more better, but still like her eye contact. This young lady just had a hard luck. One right here just kept on jumping around on her, so it's kind of hard to show them when you got to get a handle on them, but still she did a really good job on eye contact. Let's congratulate those kiddos in that first class of seniors.
Results of Class 1A Senior Showman. Congratulations, Alyssa Costa, 1, David Guyman, 2, Elizabeth Burns, Emily Fritz, 3, and Elizabeth Burns, 4. Reading down your program, 1, 2, 4, 3. In the ring at this time, we have Class 1B Senior Showman, age 18. We have 4 entries: Estella Gover, Kylie Medlin, Liam Hartner, and Marie McCullough. In the makeup area, I need 17-year-old showmen: Avery Amira, Eli Barber, Jacob Braun, and Kyle Reed.
We got a really nice class out here again in this age division, and really nice, good ones. These ones kind of fell to the top for me. These sheep just kind of stand still and let the owner do what they need to do, the exhibitor. And young lady's going to win out of this group. She's really good. Her fluid movements are really nice. She keeps that one in check really good. I like those back legs, how she just gets that one posted up, elevates from point to shoulder, gets into there, has really good eye contact. Young man been a close at second, and no doubt he has such a really good job. Got that one fitted right up for the on those feathers on those legs, but no, that one looks good when he gets him stand up. He balances out super well in his design, and he knows where he needs to be in the core of his body and how he needs to position his body also on that sheep. Sometimes he just gets a little out on those back legs, and I think that was kind of the deciding factor between number 1 and number 2. But such a great job. A young lady comes in number 3 also. This one just wanted to roll and punch on her a little bit too much, and so she had to fidget with that one just a little bit more right at the beginning. meeting when they walked into the class, but she does an excellent job on getting the core of her body right in front of that sheep where he needs to be and settles that one down really well. That's his fault, not her fault. She did a great job. We round out with number 4 right here. Young lady does a great job. That old sheep just wants to keep in, duck and roll his back feet a little bit too much for me. We got to get that one just elevated a little bit more, get that one posted up on a standpoint of feet and legs, but still she does a great job on eye contact. Let's give him a good round of applause for that class.
Before I make the announcement of how our second 18-year-old class placed, I do want to say that at this time we do need all 18-year-olds at the backdrop. Kelsey is headed that way right now to take their last year picture. Again, all 18-year-olds are needed at the backdrop at this time. Results of Class 1B, first was awarded to Kylie Medlin, second to Liam Hartner, third to Estella Gover, and fourth to Marie McCullough. In the ring now, we have Eli Barber, Jacob Braun, and Kyle Reed. This is senior showmanship, age 17. Eighteen-year-olds to the backdrop. 18-year-olds, you're needed at the backdrop. I want to make sure I get my class winners back to ringside before the champion drive. 18-year-olds needed at the backdrop.
We've only got 3 out of this bunch, but 3 really good young men that know what they're doing. And sometimes, you know, we put a little bit more pressure on these sheep, and they want to dance around just ever so slightly. And I think these 2 right here, they want to get them in check just a little bit more easier. Want to get those feet planted right underneath them. Young man did the crossover there, so just got to watch where you are and where the judge is also. But still a really nice one. Young man down here is going to win out of this group. Congratulations to him. He just sets that one up, posts that one up really well, gets that one square made, get that one built right on the neck, and how that one just ties in. Super good job. And the young man's going to be next right here in second. Congratulations to him. Like I said, just maybe feet and legs. We just got to work on getting that one posted up a little bit more better on those back legs also. But he does a really good job when he had him up posted and when he had him elevated from his point to shoulder. Really good eye contact. Young man to round out the class. He does such a really good job also. That old sheep just wanted to fight him, so really couldn't get those back feet set up underneath his skeletal system. Was still a very nice job to round out the class.
But I don't think it's in order. The market program. I think the classes are wrong. I think they're printed the wrong way.
Results of your 17-year-old showman. First was awarded to Kyle Reed, second to Eli Barber, third to Jacob Braun. Into the ring at this time, I have the following 16-year-old exhibitors: Olivia Miller, Caden Reed, Lexi Zepp, and Piper Gall. Our seniors are at the backdrop, and this is for you. Years from now, when the faded ribbons are packed into boxes and the trophies are dust on the shelves, you will pick up the memories, hold them close, and realize what really mattered. We wish you all the best. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our 18-year-old showman.
board, you can go take a picture of it. What's in your back pocket?
Really nice group over here. Start the 16-year-olds, and young lady's going to win out of this bunch. She does an excellent job getting that one head elevated, get that one posted. She might just want to watch that scene. He steps out of place, he gets into place. I was watching his back legs, and so, but she does a really good job on getting that one square made. I like the core of her body, how she gets that head pointed up and gets that one set. Very nice. Does a really good job on eye contact also. She glides and scoots along the show ring really nice. Young man's going to follow second. Congratulations to him. He does a super good job on feet and legs, and that one just, at times didn't want to cooperate with him. I caught him off guard just a tad bit on the eye contact of the judge. Wanted that one to walk a little bit more easier. Young lady also, she's got some tallness to her skeleton, and so she has to get down and work a little bit more harder, so she just lost a little bit more eye contact, but still she does a great job with that weather. The one to round out the class, the young lady does a great job. She's got to get those feet set up a little bit more better for me. I caught that one and not squared up enough on the feet and legs, but still a nice one to round out the class.
So did I. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna try and convince her to.
We're missing one. We should have Charlotte Chamberlain, Clara Collins, Ella Fritz, Lane Huff, and Isabella Corbin in this class. Again, I should have the following exhibitors: Charlotte Chamberlain, Clara Collins, Ella Fritz, Lane Huff, and Isabella Corbin should be in this class.
It just, like, these classes that don't have anybody in them aren't taken out, if that makes sense.
We could just skip it. Yes. I should have 5 in the ring. I'm looking for Isabella Corman.
Isabella Corbin.
She was added. She was added to the list. Isabella needs to be in the ring. Thank you. It's all right, Isabella. Take a breath. You're good. I believe that's the only addition or correction we have for showmanship in the program at this time. Thank you to the ring help.
So,
The only thing we have is the addition of the light champions, right? Everything else is there.
yes, but I mean all of the blank classes are.
I just hand them out and I'll announce it as I go through.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
There are updated programs on the table next to, for the market show, right here next to Peyton on the table.
Huh? Well, then they need to give a ribbon. Because that's ridiculous.
Can you save me one? What happened?
We're not giving a reserve champion showman.
I know. I heard. Can you just save me one? Or if I can.
The only problem with this one is the lightweight nationals is not a thing. So if it's got all the classes in it, these ones that have nothing to discuss. Does that make sense?
This doesn't have the whatever.
It has the weights and tags.
It doesn't have the
Gold mark.
I'm going to put my copy right here. Is that okay?
these two young ladies out here in this age division, and they do a really good job. I'm going to leave them as they stand, number 1 and number 2. She does a great job on the core of the body, how she gets that one set, gets that one elevated to shoulder, but really balances it out really well. System, and I think the build is right. We got to make sure that we build these things right, because that's the part of showmanship, and so she does. And it really ties really well, and so she does a really like that also. Young lady that was inside with the blue, very nice. Just wanted to fight her a little bit on, say, feet. Getting those feet up just posted just a little bit more. Kind of wanted to dance around on her just a tad bit, so just it takes away from a little bit of the eye contact, but she does a super good job. Young man that comes in next. Young man that comes in next does a super good job also. Right here at the end, that one just wanted to dance on him just a tad bit, jump up and down on him. But boy, he could get that thing stuck and get that one laid out really well and get that one balanced out with his eyes, and the core of that body was really good how he had that one set up. Young lady comes in next, does a really super good job. This one just wants to fire over so side. We're just going to get those feet posted underneath that sheet. Young lady rounds out the class. Really nice for this thing. She just wants to not cooperate really, but she has some really good eye contact. I like that about her. But that Lamb just kind of wants to do her own thing in this class, and so kind of unruly with the young lady, but she does a nice job keeping up with her. Congratulations to that class.
Results of class 4A, your senior showman, age 15, first to Charlotte Chamberlain, second to Ella Fritz, third to Lane Huff, fourth to Clara Collins, and fifth to Isabella Corbin. In the ring right now, we have class 4B, senior showman, age 15. I have Leah Fritz, Lillian Selby, Michaela Durr, Shane Smith.
We're getting this class, and a really nice one. We're going to keep them as saying young lady will be first, young lady will be second, but she does a really nice job. She's got to watch that back foot a little bit. She's got him off posted, and so make sure that he's posted up onto his back legs, but I think she did the right things on just eye contact, keeping that one elevated, making sure that one's head is up at a good distance where that one just really squares off. She does an exceptionally good job on eye contact also. That one really wanted to work with her. Like I said, just watch that back leg. Young lady's going to come over a closer second too. She does such a really good job on getting that one postable. She started off really well. She just wanted to kind of take off at the end and kind of move a little bit more, lose a little bit more. She lost a little bit more eye contact, so she wanted to make sure those legs are set. But I thought that was the close pair. Young man comes in next. He does a really good job. And on a smaller sheep and being taller, sometimes you got to work a little bit more harder to keep those legs, keep that frame set up right underneath him, but still, he does a very nice job of getting that head elevated and pointed shoulder. Young lady, this one just kind of ran out on gas on, didn't want to cooperate, got her female sheep, but she does such a good job on eye contact. It was the sheep's problem this evening, but she does a very nice job. I can tell she's probably got some ring work with sheep and showing sheep also, but like I said, just didn't want to work out into the equation tonight for us in that class, but still a really nice one to round out the class.
Results of Class 4B. Results of Class 4B is as follows. First went to Leah Fritz, second to Michaela Durr, third to Shane Smith, and fourth to Lillian Selby. In the ring at this time, we have your senior showman, age 14. We have 7 entries in this class. Atlee Hoy, Avery Becker, Emma Shaw, Grayson Cromer, Jensen Wagner, Paige Basler, and Sophie Hampt. We need our first and second place showmen. First and second place showmen from Class 1A and B, Class 2. So that would be Alyssa Costa, Kylie Medlin, Kyle Reed, Olivia Miller, Charlotte Chamberlain, and Leah Fritz as your first place. Seconds would be David Guyman, Liam Hartner, Eli Barber, Caden Reed, Ella Fritz, and Michaela Durr to the makeup area.
Got 3 of them left out here in a little bit bigger class, and the young lady right here in the front is going to win. I think she does a really good job on getting that one with feet and legs and getting that one posted up. I like how she just kind of ties into the core of the body of that one. Also, she's got a good stance on that one. That old sheep responds to what she needs it to be in a showmanship aspect. She puts the ears up, gets that one elevated right there, jaw to the nose right there inside her core of her body, and so that's good. That one has been worked with, and you can tell she's got some time underneath. The young lady with the hair sheep is going to be next. Congratulations to her. She does a super good job on getting that one set up. That one's just so easy and so easy going with her on feet and legs also. She did a super good job getting that elevated from point to shoulder. Young lady was a close second here also. That one at the end just wanted to fight her too much. Those legs need to be a little bit more posted up right there. But boy, when she get that one set up, she puts the silhouette very, very nice and balances that one out very nice in the core of her body also. Young lady's going to come in next. Those sheep just wanted to fight a little bit too much. That sheep just gets a little bit more laid back into its head and neck, and so we got to just get that one more extension, and then she's got to get a little bit more eye contact, so she loses that a little bit, but she still sets up the feet really well. Good job. Young lady's going to come in next too. That one just feet and legs. We got to get that one a little bit more better. Watch and just look at that one, because you always want your judge to have a really good view of those feet and legs and make sure that one's posted up and set up. But she does a really good job on eye contact, and she even thanked me for coming out and judging the show tonight. So that's awesome. Great exhibitor right there. The young lady comes in next with the blue. Just keeps on, like I said, just keeps on jumping with her. And so didn't really get a good handle on that one on showmanship on feet and legs. But she does a nice job on looking at the judge. We just got to get that one a better attitude. A young man's going to round out the class. He does such a really good job. His core of his body's really good and upright. He does such a good job. But this toe sheep just doesn't want to cooperate with him and get that one right and get that one balanced on a show spec where he can get that one shown a little bit more better. But still a very nice one to round out the class. That one just didn't want to work for him tonight, but still very nice, good competitive young man right there at the end. Let's give him a good round of applause. That's his nice class.
Results of Class 5, Senior Showman, aged 14. First was awarded to Atlee Hoy, second to Emma Shaw, third to Avery Becker, fourth to Paige Basler, fifth to Jensen Wagner, sixth to Sophie Hampt, and seventh to Grayson Cromer. If you're reading down your program, 1, 3, 2, 7, 5, 4, and 6. In the ring at this time, we are going to select our champion and reserve champion senior showman. First in our lineup is Alyssa Costa. Next is Miss Kylie Medlin, followed by Kyle Reed. Out of our 16-year-old division, we have Olivia Miller. Our 15-year-old division is being represented by Charlotte Chamberlain. 15-year-olds B is represented by Leah Fritz. And your 14-year-old division is being represented by Atlee Hoy. At the conclusion of our champion and reserve champion senior showman selection, we will start our intermediate division with our 13-year-olds. Addie Collins, Bridget Barber, Hayden Schaefer, Jacob Guyman, Lloyd Arbaugh, and Mackenzie Butler.
Well, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause with senior showmanship. They did a really good job, and you know, different types and styles and body conformation on how they get these things presented and get some balance up. I have two different rows out here, four right here in front of me. I like these four. I think they did the right things and on eye contact, setting these things up, making sure they were posted up and making sure they were right. And you know, the young man, yeah, of course, he kind of has that old sitting down stage, and ain't nothing wrong with that because he glides across that thing pretty smooth, pretty easy, gets that one posted up from point to shoulder and gives you such a really good look. He's going to be your champion. Congratulations. Young lady is going to be second. Congratulations for the reserve. Let's give them a good round of applause. They did an awesome job. They're sweating out here. They deserve it. Give them a good old hug when they get out of here. Very nice job. Good kids behind those sheep, no doubt about it. That was an awesome experience.
To congratulate our champion senior showman was Kyle Reed. That award was sponsored by David and Michelle Parrish. Your reserve champion senior showman was Charlotte Chamberlain, and that award was sponsored by Corey View Acres. In the ring at this time, we have our 13-year-olds. Exhibitors include Addie Collins, Bridget Barber, Hayden Schaefer, Jacob Guyman, Lloyd Arball, and Mackenzie Butler. Couple announcements. We need Kylie Medlin and Madison Myers to come up to the attendance table closest to the backdrop. Additionally, we are taking nominations for our alumni showmanship, which will happen later this evening. It's $20 to put someone in alumni showmanship. It's $100 for that person to buy their way out. So alumni showmanship, sign up at the table next to the backdrop.
We'll get in this age division. This is a really good age division where you step up next year, you know, to the high school division. And so it's pretty cool if you're already in high school. But I'll tell you one thing, I like this because this is where you can change a lot of things and how you look at things at this age. And so y'all are at a great age where, you know, make that next step. And that's the main thing, and pick those right choices also at this age. I'll tell them that. But I'll tell you one thing, I raised 3 kids myself, and so they all 3 different, so, but you're in a good age. You know, back to the show, the really good one, the one that stands out to me, just good eye contact, that one flowed good. He had those legs posted up really well, had that one elevated from point to shoulder, good on the core body, and how that one just balanced out. Young man here on the end is going to be your champion. Congratulations. young lady's going to be second. Congratulations. She does a really good job. This whole sheep just wanted to fight her ever so slightly, and I wish she could just get that one stuck a little bit more better. He wanted to sprawl his back legs out just a tad bit, so he was off center just a little bit. Young man in third also. That one just kind of wanted to fight. He wanted to close in those legs ever so slightly, like he wished he would have had that one just posted up just a tad much more better, but still like the eye contact. Young lady comes in that. She does a really good job with this one. One thing, I just caught her off guard a little bit more on eye contact than anything, but she does a great job on setting feet and legs. This young lady does a good job. She just wants to get this one down and on the walk, and so you put that neck down. You got to elevate that neck from point to shoulder and get that showmanship look, really looking on that one, but she does a great job on eye contact, legs rough a little bit. This one just wanted to fight the young lady that rounds out the class, and it's kind of hard to get in a showmanship class when one wants to dance around that, or weather kind of wants to dance on her a little bit too much for me this evening, but she does a really good job on eye contact and posture body on that one to round out the class. Let's give them a good round of applause.
Results of Class 8 Intermediate Showman age 13. First was awarded to Lloyd Arbaugh, second to Hayden Schaefer, third to Jacob Guyman, fourth to Bridget Barber, fifth to Addie Collins, and sixth to Mackenzie Butler. In the ring at this time, we have your 12-year-olds. There are 7 in this class, including Brady Cromer, Eliza Hockhauser, Elliot Weishauer, Haley Becker, Luke Myers, Tuck Stamball, and Wade Smith. We're looking for Allison Wagner, Ariella Currents, Audrey Hockhauser, Cora Guyman, and Harper McGrath to the makeup area. Just a quick announcement for those exhibitors who are yet to show this evening. The ring and the way the pattern is moving will not change, so it is a great idea for our younger exhibitors to come and watch the rhythm and the pattern that is happening in the ring right now, so they know how it works when they show.
Really nice class come out here. I think one just kind of stands out and just balances this one up, but the eye contact is really nice, and how that one just kind of levels out on neck and ties into those ears, and he has them really good and posted very nice to young man here in the middle with the weather's going to win. Congratulations to him. He does a super good job on getting this one balanced from head to shoulder. Like that a lot about him, and has some really good eye contact. Young lady's going to come in next. Congratulations to her. She does a good job right here at the end. This one just wanted to fight her ever so slightly, so he kind of let go of those legs and feet and was willing to dance a little bit more slightly on her. But boy, her eye contact was so good. She read the corners really well as they were going along the show ring on a walk. Young lady's going to be next here in third. Congratulations to her. This old sheep just wants to kind of post up in the back of those legs. We got to just open that one up just ever so slightly, so she got to put a little bit more pressure on the top of that U, and it's to get her to stand a little bit more wider, but still she does an excellent job on eye contact. We come in next. The young man does a good job. Just got to watch those back legs. That one wants to close in ever so slightly, but he does a really good job on eye contact. I like him. Maybe he can get a little bit more upright on that sheep also. Young man just got to watch those feet. I think he does a really good job on getting that one's neck elevated from point to shoulder. Very, very nice. Just got to watch those feet. Like I said, good eye contact. This one just wanted to dance around with the young man just a little bit more. And we had to get that one posted up and get that one set up on a feet and leg standpoint. Round out the class 2. This one just wanted to fight him ever so slightly. Wanted to kind of buckle underneath on his feet. We just got to get him, like I said, just a really nice to set his back legs into stance. But still a really good, nice class. Good exhibitors also. Let's give him a good round of applause.
Results of our Class 9 Intermediate Showman, age 12. Congratulations, Elliot Weishauer first, Haley Becker second, Eliza Hockhauser third, fourth was Tuck Stamball, fifth Wade Smith, sixth Luke Myers, and seventh Brady Cromer. If you're reading down your program, 7, 3, 1, 2, 6, 4, and 5. In the ring at this time, we have Class 10A. I have 5 exhibitors, including Allison Wagner, Ariella Currents, Audrey Hockheiser, Cora Guyman, and Harper McGrath. Looking for the following 11-year-olds to ringside: Luke Brower, Mackenzie Weaver, Vetta Redding, Violet Miller, and Weston Huff.
Our 4 young ladies out here. What I really liked, thought just got those legs set up in a timely manner and had that one positioned and balanced out a little bit more better in the core of the body. Young lady right here is going to win. Congratulations to her. She does a really good job on eye contact. Maybe gets a little bit more faster than what I like, so just kind of slow down on your movements around that sheep, but still does a really nice job. Young lady's going to come in next. She does a super good job right here at the end. That one just didn't want to cooperate with her on feet and legs, and so she lost a little bit more eye contact. I thought that top pair was pretty close. Come in here with the young lady with the blue sheep. She does a really good job. Just got to work on feet and legs. That one wants to come in underneath the skeletal ever so slightly, so we got to make sure that that one's posted up. She does a nice job on eye contact. A young lady do a good job. This one just wants to fight her too much, and got her that one on the chain, but just got to get that one walking a little bit more easier, a little bit more freer, so it takes her away from her eye contact. But she does such a really nice job on getting that one going, though, that sheep just wants to fire ever so slightly. So not her problem, just the sheep's problem tonight, but still a nice one to round out the class.
Results of Class 10A, Intermediate Showman, age 11. First was awarded to Cora Guyman, second to Allison Wagner, third to Audrey Hockhauser, fourth to Harper McGrath. Reading down your program, 2, scratch, 3, 1, and 4. Entering the ring at this time, we have Class 10B. We have 5 entries in this class, including exhibitors Luke Brower, Mackenzie Weaver, Veda Redding, Violet Miller, and Weston Huff. Attention intermediate showmen, if you place first in your class, you should be in the makeup area at this time. First place intermediate showman to the makeup area.
Got 2 out here left, and the really good ones. I think, one of the young ladies just said gets this one a little bit more in check. I say just body and style and confirmation on those feet and legs, but really, really good eye contact as she cut the corners. She was looking at me the whole time all the way down to the show ring and over here also. A very nice job. Maybe just watch those feet just ever so slightly also, but she puts a good look on to the judge, and so she just makes down, check those legs once in a while also, because I think she had this one posted up a little bit more easier, and this one just didn't fight her, and she just set that one up in a timely manner. Young lady right here in front of me is going to be your champion out of this class. Congratulations. Young lady's going to be second. She does a great job. This old black sheep just wants some, I say tinker with those feet too much and wants to move around, and she just can't get this one steady, but she does such a good job on eye contact, getting that one elevated from point to shoulder. You do a nice job, young lady, getting that one elevated also. Like I said, just work on those back feet. We come into the next in the blue lamb right here with this young lady. She does an awesome job. Boy, just that one wanted to fight her right there at the end. I think, man, she could have grabbed that first or second hole. That old sheep just kind of kept on acting up and dancing around on her a little bit more. And so just got to get that female in a little bit more check. The young man comes in next. Congratulations. He does a good job. Just got to watch that judge a little bit more, get a little bit more eye contact. Sometimes he worries about those feet too much. Round out the class also. That old sheep, I just didn't want to act up for that young man and wanted to dance on him a little bit too much. But he has a lot of good eye contact. Just needs to keep on working and practicing Johnston, but a very nice young man to round out that class.
Results of Class 11A are as follows. Congratulations, Mackenzie Weaver was first. Veta Redding was second. Third was Violet Miller. Fourth, Weston Huff. And fifth, Luke Brower. Reading down the program, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. In the ring now, we have the following intermediates competing for your champion and intermediate champion showmanship. First, we have Lloyd Arball from our 13-year-old class, Elliot Weisschauer from your 12-year-old class, Cora Guyman from class 10A of 11-year-olds, and Mackenzie Weaver from class 10B. We are looking for Class 13A Junior Showman, Class 13A Junior Showman, Cade Stamball, Caroline Worley, Cadence Hoy, and Corey Ratcliffe. Please make your way to the holding area.
Well, let's give them a good round of applause in this intermediate division. They really did a really nice job on getting these set up of, and it's balance and it's poise of how we need these animals set up on their feet and legs and making sure they got really good eye contact, their body core is right, everything matches up, everything blends in, and some of them did a really good job out here, and just making sure you keep your eye on the judge when you cut the corners, when you're going down walking the line, I say, and so make sure, there's one of them did a really good job, all that equaled up really nice, and getting that one in position of where those feet and legs need to be, didn't have too many bad looks. The young man here on the end is going to be your champion. Congratulations. Young lady is going to be reserved. Congratulations. Let's give them a little round of applause out of this age division.
We would like to congratulate our champion intermediate showman, Lloyd Arball, and that award is sponsored by Country Colors, the Costa family. And congratulations to Cora Guyman, sponsored by the wonderful people from J&H Poultry Products. In the ring at this time, we have our junior showman age 10. Exhibitors include Cade Stamball, Caroline Worley, Cadence Hoy, and Corey Ratcliffe. If you are a 13-year-old, if you are in Class 13B, please make your way to the makeup area. Class 13B, exhibitors to the makeup area. Junior Fair Board is still taking nominations for alumni showmanship. That'll happen late this evening. Please come and sign up. $20 buys in.
Two young ladies do a really nice job on getting these one poised right. And I'll say poised because they balance them out really well. And from their, I'd say, shoulder to blade and how they put the core body into them. And when you get about this age, these sheep get a little bit bigger, so they're a little bit more easier to handle because, they aren't fully grown as young adults yet. And so you have a little bit more advantage to get in there. The young lady does a super good job getting into that one. Of course, that one didn't want to stop walking on her here right at the end, but maybe that was just kind of the deciphering factor because I think they do a really good job on eye contact, how the core of their body is and how they push into those things and how those things drive off their back feet. Very, very nice. One was just a little bit more easier, a little bit more subtle on the movements and where that one needed to be and balancing that one up. Young lady's going to win out of this pair. Congratulations. Young lady's going to be second. Congratulations to her also. We're coming, this young lady, she's got to work on getting her core body up. She wants to stretch a little bit more long, wider in her stance, and so then that loses eye contact. So you just need to look at the judge more. I think that animal does all the right things on feet and legs and getting that one set up. She does a really nice job. I think she just needs to get some more practice in, have somebody help her just on her stance and how she needs to be with her core of her body because she just loses a little bit more eye contact. But that sheep does work for her really well. Young man's going to round out the class. Just keep on working with that thing. Wanted to fight him just ever so slightly as he set that one up. And so sometimes the feet got a little bit more closer. He could work on just a tad bit more eye contact too and seeing where the judge is at times in the showroom. But still, a nice young man to round out the class.
Results of Class 13A, Junior Showman, age 10. First to Caroline Worley, second to Cadence Toy, third to Corey Ratcliffe, and fourth to Cade Stamball. Class 13B is on the way in the ring. We have Lorelei Masamore, Madeline Dell, Mize Sliegel, and Nathan Crone. To the makeup area, we need Class 14, Brooklyn Wagner, Charles Weaver, Delilah Barber, Elizabeth Worley, Reed Stamball, and Rhett Bauman. To the makeup area.
Got two of them out here in this A division, and really nice. You know, some of these sheep kind of want to jump and stand, but on top of them, kind of like that young lady right here at the end. But she gets that one in check and gets something going. She does a good job on balancing that one out and getting that one profiled. I like her eye contact. She gets in her stance. She gets into the body core where she needs to be on that guy. He's giving her a little fit right now, but she's going to win out of this class. Congratulations to the young lady. Young man comes in really nice in second place. She does a good job. Super nice job. Just got to watch the feet. He wants this coming. You just wants to come in ever so slightly on her feet. We just got to get her posted. We got to get her standing a little bit more better. He needs to let her have her neck also to where she can kind of glide as she goes along the show ring. Young lady comes in next. That one just keeps on fighting her, so pushes back on her, so she never really could get her legs really good and really set. I'd like to see her stance a little bit more taller from that point of shoulder also, and she doesn't have to squat down as much on that young man's going to round out the class. Does a really good job. This one just wanted to fight him ever so slightly. We got to get that one in checked on the feet and legs. But still, I think he just needs to take him a little bit more time to get what's going on into the show ring, but he does a really nice job on eye contact when that one isn't fighting him off. So a very nice young man to round out the class.
Results of Class 13B with age 10 showman. Congratulations to Madeline Dell. Second to Nathan Crome. Third to Lorelei Masamore. And fourth to Miles Slegel. Into the ring now, we have junior showman, age 9. I have 6 entries, including Brooklyn Wagner, Charles Weaver, Delilah Barber, Elizabeth Worley, Reed Stamball, and Rhett Bauman. I need our last class of junior showmen, Carmela Brower, to the makeup area.
Got 3 of them left over here, and boy, what exciting age to get these young ones in here and get them shown and get these learn something about an animal. And that's what it's all about. And one of them does a really excellent job out here. I thought the eye contact was supreme and really nice on the feet and legs. Also, does a super good job on the walk, and the eye contact was really well. Kind of giving him a fit right now, but the young man right here is going to be your champion out of this class. Congratulations. Young lady's going to be a close second right here. Congratulations to her. She does such a really nice job. One thing is she's got to watch those feet and legs. I like her eye contact. I think she does a good job. Young lady's going to be a really close third right there. Also, super good. That one just kind of wanted to fight her right here when she got onto the end of it. But boy, she settled down and got that one set and got that one balanced out. Congratulations, young ladies. A young lady's going to come in fourth right here. She does a really good job. I just kind of had that one out of whack a little bit. And so we thought, say out of whack, I say out of place. We talk about the line of where they need to be, and so you just got to make sure that the judge gets a good look at that one, and she does a really good job on eye contact. Young man does a really nice job on eye contact. Also, that old sheep just kind of wants to come down on the front end of him, so he has to pick that one up and getting that one elevated from point to shoulder, but still does a really nice job. I like to see just a little bit more eye contact. Young man to round out the class also does a super good job. This old sheep just didn't want to walk for him and cooperate with him, so it kind of danced around just ever so slightly. Just got to get that one poised a little bit more better, get that one balanced out. But still does a good job on eye contact in the core of his body where he needs to be. That one just fought him a little bit ever so slightly.
Results of Class 14 Junior Showman, age 9. Congratulations to Charlie Weaver, first. Elizabeth Worley, second. Brooklyn Wagner, third. Fourth to Delilah Barber. Fifth to Rhett Bauman. Sixth to Reed Stamball. Reading down your program, 314265. In our 8-year-old class, we have a single entry, Carmela Brower. I need the following exhibitors at ringside: Caroline Worley, Madeline Dell, Charlie Weaver for the selection of our junior champion.
Young ladies at single entry doing a really good job on getting that one elevated, and that one kind of matches, you know, her size also, so she's got a good handle on that one, getting that one, you know, elevated from the point to the shoulder, using her body to where she needs to be and driving into that one. She does such a good job. A great single entry. Nice job, young lady. Let's give her a good round of applause. We'll get to your championship.
We'd like to congratulate Carmela Brower on her first place in the showmanship for age 8. Entering the ring at this time, we will be selecting your junior champion and reserve champion exhibitor. From Class 13A, we have Caroline Worley. From Class 13B, we have Madeline Dell. From Class 14, we have Charlie Weaver. And from our last class, Class 15, is Carmela Brower. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for all of our junior showmen. Attention champion and reserve champion division showmanship winners. Please start making your way to the holding area. Again, senior champion and reserve, intermediate champion and reserve to the makeup area at this time.
when we get out to this junior champion drive. It just doesn't disappoint you. Like I said, this is a fun age where you can travel your kids around, go to a few jackpots, see if they like this, see if you want to keep on spending money on projects, mom and dad. But we had a good time when my kids were this age, had fun, got in the pickup on weekends and went to jackpots and enjoyed each other's company and talked about how we won or how we lost, and that's all right. Sometimes the loss is sometimes more rewarding because you learn from it than the win. And so, hey, y'all are doing a great job out here. There's one of them just puts it together, balances that one out really well on feet and legs, and how that one just turns in together. Not a bad look at all. She super balanced around that one and just kind of goes around, and it was really easy also. Like I said, just balancing. That's a lot to do with showmanship, to making sure that those animals are positioned right, where they look good to the judge, where that head is carried up right, the ears are right, the ears are erect, the body core is right also, and as they push into these animals, a young lady on your far end is going to be your champion. Congratulations. The young man's going to be a close second. Congratulations. He does an awesome job. Good job, young lady. Good job.
Your champion junior showman is Caroline Worley. That award is sponsored by David and Laura Zepp. Your reserve champion junior showman is Charlie Weaver, and that award is sponsored by Pleasant Valley Farms. We are now going to select your grand champion and reserve grand champion showman. Into the ring at this time, we're going to bring our champions into the ring. Your senior champion showman.
Oh, baby. You're so cute. Yeah, I'm so bad. Tyler, you're going to go hike tonight? I know, it's so much fun this morning.
Into the ring, our senior champion is Kyle Reed. Your intermediate champion is Lloyd Arbaugh. And your junior champion is Caroline Worley. Your reserves are as follows. Your senior champion reserve is Charlotte Chamberlain. Your reserve intermediate is Cora Guyman. And from your junior division, Charlie Weaver. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and congratulate all these showmen. We are going to pick a grand and reserve grand champion from this lineup. I'm looking for the following champion of champions: Hunter Huff, Madison Myers, and Taryn Runshaw. Please be in the makeup area. Champion of champions: Hunter, Madison, Taryn.
Well, all right, it comes to the fun part where we get these age divisions out here that won, and super neat. You can compare them from the younger ones to the older ones to the middle ones, and that's neat, and that's good competition, and I like that. And I think, you know, you can grow on that. If you're here and don't get salty about it, if you come back next year, just work even harder. That's what I tell my kiddos. You know, the more you win, the more you got to work harder, because somebody's going to be looking at you, somebody's going to be after you, and that's all right. That's just good competition, you know. But we have fun at the county fair also in good competition, and so just remember that. But you know, it's a pleasure to be here for y'all, and so, you know, for yourself, I'm saying, because sometimes you're not in the champion row or the reserve champion row, and so it should mean something to you, especially at your county fair. Hey, let's make some noise for them. They did a great job on showing. I always tell the parents that this is what you worked for, you know, and it is. And so everything's worked out into the equation of showmanship, making these things were set up from point to shoulder, making sure they were balanced out, making sure your body, I mean, that's a big equation in showmanship, making sure your core body matches your animal, making sure that they were set up, and the exhibitor went around and was balanced around them too. But then they have to look at the judge also when they walk the sheep around. And so that's a lot about the equation of showmanship. You know, that's a lot of things that you have to put into a small fraction of time of when you're out here in the show ring. So I think all these exhibitors possess those good qualities of being a really good showman, things that worked out for them, making sure that these are set up. There's one of them out here I truly like. I thought this one had a good build. That one was set up right. You know, maybe just a little bit more different style, but that's going to be your senior over there. He's going to be your champion. Congratulations. I call that a little bit more old school. That's how we used to show them. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You know, we can stand up and have our core body also. But hey, if that works for that young man and that works for that sheep and that sheep looks good, you can use it. Some people may not like that, and that's all right, but some people do. But I liked it today, and that's why he was the champion. And I think he did a really good job on setting up and balancing that one out. So congratulations to him, no doubt. We can't hear him, and it gets really close. I thought there was another one that set up the core on this one to make sure that one was balanced from point to shoulder, but a really good and nice eye contact is going to be the young man right behind him. He's going to be your reserve champion. Congratulations. Let's give these kids a round of applause. Congratulations to all of them. Good job. Good job showing, too.
Your grand champion showman for the sheep division at the Carroll County 4-H and FFA Fair is Kyle Reed. And your reserve grand champion is Lloyd Arball. All right, Kyle, you're not done. One more trip. Into the ring comes our champion of champions. This year's champion, Kyle Reed. Taryn Runshaw. Hunter Huff. And Madison Myers. These exhibitors have won in years past, are still of 4-H age, and they're here to compete for your champion of champions. If you were a division winner or reserve, please make your way to the backdrop at the conclusion of this class. We are going to quickly do pictures for showmanship prior to moving on to our market show. Again, we are going to quickly move on after we take pictures of our showmanship winners.
what a neat event to get out here and have the past champions come out and get exhibited. Young man just won the overall, and so that's neat to have him come back out. And we've asked a lot of that sheep, and it's still steady and it's still sitting there pretty good. And so that means you've probably done a lot of work with that animal, and that's awesome that one can just sit there and be that steady. A young lady does a really good job with this this blue one, just wants to act up on her. But boy, when she gets that poised and gets that one right, the body core is right on that one also, and she gets that one from point to shoulder. She does an exceptionally good job on eye contact. Young man does awesome job. He gets this one elevated. I like how he just kind of moves around the show ring and how that one just kind of glided. Also, he has a really good eye contact along the corners and making sure that you just don't get a bad look either, and does a really good job. Like I said, this one's kind of fighting him right here at the end, but he come with guns a-blazing at the beginning and did such a super good job, but he just gets this one set up right there and makes sure that one's doesn't have a bad look at all, and like his body core, like his position also. Young lady does a super good job of getting this one stuck also. That one maybe just didn't want to walk quite well for her, and just kind of wanted to move around the show ring, but she gets that one going and getting that one set up also, like the feet and legs right underneath one, how she posted up, and she gets that neck very attractive right out to the end. And so you got one that's got a good attractive neck like that, use it to your advantage and make sure that you get a good look. And so very, very pleasing. I thought it came down, just one was just a little bit more smoother, a little bit more easier. I'd say just getting in here and getting going right here at the beginning. A very nice job. Young man right there is going to be your champion. Congratulations. Young man's going to be reserved. Congratulations. Good job. Good job.
Your champion of champions was Hunter Huff, and in reserve, we had Kyle Reed. Again, if you had a champion...
Let's give them one more round of applause. They did a great job.
So sorry. We are going to take a quick break while we get some pictures, so meet Kelsey and our judge at the backdrop, please. If you would like a picture from Showmanship for your awards, please go to the backdrop now.
weights on it.
Because they gave you one without the weight number.
Reading them all, there was no weights on any of them.
We're ready to start our market show at this time.
Oh, you got you some balls.
I am looking for Class 1 lightweight, natural colored lambs to ringside. Taryn Runshaw, Mackenzie Weaver, Ella Fritz, Audrey Hawkeiser, Sophie Hampt. For those of you who would like to look at the pictures and maybe purchase them from Kelsey, her website for that is kazphotography.smugmug.com. Again, photos can be found at kazphotography.smugmug.com.
Done with this?
Whenever you are, sir.
Hello and welcome again to the 2026 Carroll County 4-H and FFA Fair, our Market Lamb Show. And we have just concluded the showmanship portion of our show. And we're joined today by our grand champion showman, Kyle Reed. So Kyle, first of all, congratulations. You got to be very excited.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited. It's a loop going through my head right now.
So tell us a little bit about that competition. We know there's a lot of experienced showmen, not just in seniors, but all the way down through.
Yeah.
Tell us about just the competition and how you were feeling going in.
Yeah, from top to bottom, the competition is absolutely nuts. You get in that ring, you got nerves flowing through your body. Who's going to win? Are you going to do good? Is the lamb set up? But now, competition's at its peak, I think. I've shown many, many years of 4-H. This is my first year doing lambs, but competition it keeps getting better and better every year.
Very good. The judges talking a lot about your unique style, kind of a throwback style.
Yeah.
Kind of why that style? Is that something, kind of you learned or something your lamb requires? Like, why that style and why did you stand out today?
Yeah, I kind of sat down on my knee and put my hand up on his chin and just let him stay there. It's definitely an old style, but just on how he's physically constructed, I have to do that. Because if I go into him too much, he'll pop up in his spine. So I don't want the judge to see that. You want a nice flat top. So, but yeah, my style is definitely unique. Definitely gotten the hang of it over the past couple weeks. But yeah, it's something different. You don't see that every day.
And so what you're saying is that, when we're doing showmanship, it's not just you learn the rules and do it. You really have to tailor your style to your animal. It really is about showing your animal off to the best of its ability.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
So, and this also isn't the first time you've won a showmanship competition here at the fair. You're a very accomplished showman.
Thank you.
And so, as you think about the different species that you've won, sort of what connects a good showman regardless of the species?
I think you need to be able to take knowledge in. You need to just sit back, you need to listen, and then you need to do it yourself. Every day in the barn, in and out, at a show, you have to do it. Like, I've always wanted to do a lamb my entire life, so I've just sat back and just watched how people show, what they do, different feeds. And, between the goats and the lambs, they're kind of similar. They have their own little unique style, but you go to pigs and cattle. Those are totally two different ball games right there, but yeah.
Well, anybody watching this got it from one of the experts about what it takes to be a fantastic showman. So, Kyle, congratulations. We know we got a full market show ahead of you.
Yes, we do.
We'll turn you loose and let you get back to work.
I appreciate it.
Thank you much.
We get into second right here. This weather's good. No doubt, boy, he catches your eye. He's very eye-appealing, and I think he's just very shapely over his rib and over the top of his spine and how he comes and dives down into his loin. But his leg is a tremendous amount of leg into that lower portion of that twist. On a structural standpoint, I think he walks it. I think he's really good. He just wasn't enough power enough right there on the top of that rib cage to have him win this class. But still, he's a big-footed one. I like him for that standpoint. Also very nice. Maybe he gets a little bit more shorter, a little bit more crusty right there in that neck if you want to pick on him, but still, he's still good built from the front one third. Young lady comes in with a super sleek one, and boy, this one catches your eye, no doubt about it. That's got some elevation from point to shoulder, and we look at that one, but he just closes in too much from his front one third of his cavity. We got to open up that chest for it. We got to make this one a little bit more wider in his stance also, and give him a little bit more power. And I think those two power sheeps in the front of him kind of just beat him just on sure advantage of a meat. And this is he needs this a little bit more. We need to open him up on his chest for it. But boy, he catches your eye so well. I like him for that standpoint. He's got some loin. He's got some power and shape also. Just a really cool, a really neat one. Very, very attractive through that neck and how he ties into the back of his blades. Young lady comes in next with this darker blue one. That's a really nice one. That one just lacks a little bit more loin and power and shape. I like to see that one just have a little bit more freshness right there into that loin once you pinch ever so slightly on that female. She kind of wants a duck and turn right there on her structural standpoint, walk underneath her skeleton. If I could open her up just ever so slightly. Also, we round out the class with a really good, super nice, elevated from point to shoulder. I love this sheep right here behind her blades, but we just got to relax her in a standpoint, on a structural standpoint. She wants to come up, she wants to tie in too high in the middle of portion of her top, and I just need to level her out, let her relax a little bit into her spine, and I think that could change the scenario on this one also. But she's a very nice one. She's a very eye-appealing one from the side also. Very good high one to round out the class also. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause in that first class.
Congratulations on our Class 1 lightweight natural colored lambs. First to Taryn Runshaw, second to Mackenzie Weaver, third to Ella Fritz, fourth to Audrey Hockheiser, and fifth to Sophie Hampt. Reading down the program, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Class 2 and 3 is a scratch. Class 4, we have Vetta Redding. We have a write-in of Brooklyn Wagner, Taryn Runshaw, Olivia Miller, and Jensen Wagner. Lambs in this class are weighing 135 to 146. Class 5 and 6 are scratched. We have no entries for 7 and 8, so that is a scratch. We will be moving to Class 10. For those of you following along in your program, this is Class 4, Class 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are scratches. Our next class will be the selection of your champion and reserve natural colored lamb.
How am I doing with that?
You're doing good. So, the program, they're right here.
Yes.
And AOB.
Okay.
I think some people would have. Dance? She could sing in German, Silent Night.
Okay. She is.
What am I?
That she is.
I don't know where they're doing it at. Maybe down there.
Well, I gotta get. Where are you?
Brody is. He must be taking a home break.
While our judges evaluating this class, if you are fortunate enough to receive an award this evening, please complete your thank you card and hand it back in up here to the table. Again, if you were fortunate enough to receive an award tonight, please complete the thank you card and turn it in to the table where Miss Gwen is at.
Wagner is 4.
I'm missing that one, so
Who's 5?
that's Wagner. Other
That's the other
Allison.
Wagner. That Jensen Wagner.
Jensen's 5.
Allison's 4.
Get into this class right here, the class winner young lady right here. That's a good one, and no doubt you read balance on that one all day long. If you know something about a good show lamb, I like that one a lot. I think that one ties in super good on neck and how that one's just created behind the blade and its sheer power with the middle portion of that body, how that rib cage comes up and ties in. But the freshness is there. You put your hands on them, that one just doesn't disappoint you all for the standpoint of freshness of carcass and how that one ties into loin and sets in real deep into that twist into that lower leg. That's a really nice welder. He gives you such a good look. He gives you such a good presence. A great hair, skin, and hair. Big old socks on that one also. Young lady comes in second with a really cool, neat looking welder also. Thought that pair was really close over the top and how they felt, but he just kind of dives down a little bit more into his loin, wants to get a little bit more upright into his spine, but still a really neat one to admire. I think he's got enough fore rib, middle rib. He balances out super well from body to shape also. A really neat one. And then we talk about the lower portion of, I say he just gets a little bit more tighter right there behind the end of that loin, just a tad bit, but super packed full of muscle down the lower portion of that twist and gives you some really nice views of that extension of neck. That's a nice one, young lady. Young lady that comes in third, a really good one. This darker skinned one, very, very nice. And I thought this one just gets a little bit more plainer right there. And when we talk about the side of that rib and how that one just transitions down to loin, I wish that one just balanced up a little bit more better. When we talk about loin, has a little bit more cover, loses a little bit more freshness. Wish that one just a little bit more fresher into that carcass as we evaluate that one on a meat standpoint also, but still gives you a good look. I think that one's really wide over the base of that tail set and how that one ties down into muscle to pattern. Like that one a lot. Maybe just give that one a little bit more shot. I'd say just four rib and this kind of just transition down just a tad bit, but still super good in the middle. Like that one, just a little bit more flatter than what I like, but still really good. Gets a little bit more. You talk about power and shape on that one, then we get lose a little bit of head and neck also, but still that's a give or take when you talk about muscle and power and shape on the top 1/3 of that body. Like I said, just to condition that one just a tad bit more, make that one a little bit more fresher. We get into the more smaller one here of the bunch, but that's a really good one, a really neat one. I like that one a lot. I got a lot of style and balance on that one. Just in a more shorter package. We want to enclose just a little bit right there when we talk about those front four, when we talk about those two front legs right there. I wish like that one opened up just a tad bit more into the front view. When we talk about the shape of a breast and plate, but still a really neat one, really one that's really constructed really good. And we talk about muscle and power on that one all day long. You know, maybe this doesn't have the look that the other ones did in the class, but I think that's your good one, your good meat and potatoes one that is carries a lot of meat and carries a lot of, I say not finished, but just good finish right there down to the lower portion of that body also. Thank you for bringing that one in there. That's a nice one. We round out the class with a good, taller, elevated one from point to shoulder. I like this one. I like the fore rib in that one also. But we got to relax that one in the loin into the spine and how that one's made. And we just got to get that one a shot more muscle down to the lower portion of that twist. I like to see that one walking just a little bit better right there onto that heel to pad and get that one a little bit more structure right there. But still a really nice one. You got to really appreciate the front 1/3 of that body. You got to appreciate the balance of that front 1/3 also down to the lower portion of that rib. That's a nice one to round out the class. Congratulations, those exhibitors.
Results of Class 4 medium natural colored lambs. First, congratulations, Olivia Miller. Second to Taryn Runshaw. Third to Vetta Redding. Fourth to Brooklyn Wagner. Fifth to Jensen Wagner. If you're reading down your program, 3, 2, 1, 5, and the write-in of Brooklyn Wagner. In the ring at this time, we are going to select your champion and reserve champion, natural colored lamb. That would be Class 10 in your program. Your natural champion is sponsored by Hampstead Veterinary Center and your reserve by Target Controls. Your lightweights in contention is Taryn Runshaw from Class 1 with a lamb weighing 122 and Olivia Miller with a medium weight weighing 143. Your seconds are as follows. From Class 1, Mackenzie Weaver's lamb weighs 122 and Taryn Runshaw's weighs 141.
Gosh, whoever decided that Lexi needed to be on that one did not make a good choice. Why are we lining up backwards? I don't understand. Because then
It's not backwards to him.
yeah, but then the kids aren't on their comfortable side, right? We did that for the Market Lamb Show last year, and I felt so uncomfortable.
They
the
did
entire
that.
time.
They did that at. They did that at State Fair for the boar goat purebred show. He had them all backwards, and the kids kept trying to go the right way, and the judge kept saying, "No, this is how I want it." I was so flipping confused.
Let's give these young ladies a round of applause, and maybe some of them own a few more out here, but I'll tell you what. We can give them applause. Come on, let's do a show. Yeah, there you go. I like that. All right. Hey, we're at the Lamb Show, man. Come on, it's County Fair night. All right, but really excited about this group getting out of here. You know, had just 2 classes, but super good. And we talk about shape and volume on sheep and any type of livestock, and you got to have that. And we talk shape and volume. That means that they got to have some meat product right there, and they got to have, you know, that meat sculpted on that skeleton of where it needs to be. But then you put the feet and legs and the structure in it, and then the look. And so that's what makes a good sheep or a good market animal in any species. And there's one or two of them out here that I really just kind of gravitate to and say, man, they just put that package together, you know, no matter what the color, the breed is, or whatever. They're just good sheep, and I like their build. And I talk about build a lot because that's muscle, and that's what we go for. That's how we trim the hide off of these things and get down to a carcass, and that's what they're made for. The build is muscle, and it's good. And there's one of them out here, though, that gives you a prestige look right there from the front 130 and says, man, here I am. I'm the show lamb of the day, and it just really looks good and balances out super well. Very nice, good skin and hair. The young lady out of your middleweight is going to be your champion. Congratulations. We come in with that second place one also, and that's a really neat one. I thought that pair was really good. Just that one was one of that weather just to relax just a tad bit right there down to his spine. But boy, he's chock full of muscle, chock full of power right there down to the lower portion of his twist also. Maybe just handle that bottom foot just a little bit more better. I like the lightweight to be reserved. Congratulations.
Once during the week, so now I'm done. So Taryn was reserved.
With the one in her first class.
Congratulations to Olivia Miller for exhibiting your champion natural colored lamb. Olivia, when you get a chance, if you can come to the backdrop and have a podcast with Mr. Sam, that'd be great. Olivia to the backdrop. Your reserve was exhibited by Taryn Runshaw. We are now ready to move into your white face crossbred division. That's class 12 for those of you following along. We're looking for Cadence Hoy, Isabel Corbin, Haley Becker, and Piper Gall. Again, we're in lightweight, white face crossbred class. 4 entries weighing 118 to 127. And Olivia Miller, if you can report to the backdrop to have a conversation with Mr. Sam, that would be great. Luke Brower, we have your tag at the announcer stand. Luke, your back tag is at the announcer stand. We also have a watch that was turned in, found in the wash rack. So we have a watch and a back tag from Luke Brower.
Really nice class of whites and really good ones. A young lady right here is going to win right there with that weather in front of me. Just a really nice one. If you admire that guy, he just wins this one on balance, I think. His muscles there, he's really good. He comes out into his forward and on the top of his blade and how he just kind of sets down and rolls back into a really nice loin. And that one's real good and shapely down to the lower portion of his body. I think he's out of the pair. He's just a little bit more fresher one also of the bunch. I just like him. I like his build. He doesn't hurt you when you put your handle on. He like, man, that guy has a lot to him, and he does. He has a lot of texture of muscle over the top of his spine, and that just makes it really good to where he just goes into his loin. I like him for that standpoint. And we just talk about the front 1/3 of his body, how he just comes in and ties in really good and smooth into that blade, and how he sets down into that head, and how he just kind of drives down back down to that breastplate, and then out all the way on the bottom of his underline. He's really neat. He's got a big old forearm to match that up, power also in shape into that lower portion of that quarter also when we study the back side of him. That's a nice one. Young lady's going to round out second. Boy, you put your hands on that one. He just loses a little bit of freshness, but boy, the power and shape of that forerib just kind of pops out, and how he comes in. He dives down a little bit into his loin. I'd like to see him just a little bit more elevated right there into that loin. I give him a little bit more shape, but still, he has a big, tremendous amount of forerib and middle rib into him, and so, boy, he just kind of ties in there really, really nice, but then he just loses a little bit more of that power and shape into that loin. But I like the front 1/3 of that guy, really, really nice, and how that female, I think that's a female, that female is constructed, and we talk about the lower portion of twist and muscle on her also. Thought that was a real good, nice power sheep of the bunch. We get in here to fourth, also a really nice one. We talk about power and shape of loin, and that one also, you're welcome. Very, very good. And I like that leather for that standpoint. I think he's got some density of rib and how he just kind of carries down to the lower portion of his body. On a structural standpoint, he gets too bow-legged for me. We just got to get his back legs and let him walk a little bit more easier and a little bit more smoother. Gets a little bit more crustier right down to that neck and how he hits onto that chest floor also. But still admire just the density of rib in him. Young lady brings us another female that's very dense in her kind and her type, but she just has too much cover for me. She gets too more wasted for me. She just loses the hand on me. I got to have her a little bit more fresher to the touch and just get her a little bit more harder in her muscle and her pattern and shape, but still a very nice one to round out the class.
Results of Class 12 is as follows. Congratulations, Cadence Hoy first, Haley Becker second, Piper Gall third, Isabella Corbin fourth. Reading down your program, 1, 4, 2, 3. Class 13 is a scratch. Class 14 is a scratch. Class 15 has 4 exhibitors, including Lexi Zepp, Lillian Selby, Lorelei Masamore, and Charlie Weaver. Weights of these lambs range between 131 and 143 pounds. Our next class will be our division champion white-faced lamb and reserve. Again, our next class will be the selection of our champion white-faced crossbred lamb.
We've begun our market classes here at the Carroll County 4-H and FFA Market Lamb Show, and we have our first winner on the evening. So congratulations to Liv Miller on your champion natural-faced lamb. And so, Liv, tell us a little bit about yourself and tell us a little bit about your lamb.
Okay, so I'm from Carrollton 4-H Club. I'm 17 years old, or 16 in 4-H years, and I've been showing market lambs, or lambs in general, for about 4 years now, I think.
So you got to be excited with the result here this evening. The judge really liked your lamb. Tell us a little bit about what you like about your lamb, and I know you know enough livestock, so what is something you might change about your lamb, if you could?
Yeah, so I think one big thing, I really just like the structure of him. He's very put together in the sense of everything. He's very, he's sticking all the right places. The one thing I think I would change about him is he tends to pinch a little bit right in between his loin. So just making sure that he isn't stretched out too far, which enhances that pinch, and then just knowing how to set him upright changes that a little bit. But I do wish that sometimes I could stretch him out just a little bit more, but it's okay. We still did really well, and I'm very proud of him.
Very good. So over the course of the evening, we're going to be talking about a lot of different kinds of crossbred. So you showed a natural face cross. What is a natural face cross, and why is that different than other kinds of crossbreds?
So a natural face cross, or what a lot of livestock people call them, natties, they are an all-black lamb, which is different between a cross of a natural lamb and then a white-faced lamb. So when you cross them together, you get the black face cross. So basically, the black from the black face cross comes from the natural.
So very good. Thank you so much for coming on, and you've got a busy night the rest of the way.
Yes,
So
I still have another lamb to show. So
well, good luck to you, and we'll see you the rest of the way.
perfect. Thank you.
A little bit more wastier for me than what I like over that front 1/3 of his rib to his cage also, but still a really good one in his loin. He's got some shape, he's got some power, he's got some good structure also. We round out the class of 1-2. This has got a little bit more finish than what I like. I like to see some more shape and power into that one. Still appreciate the middle 1/3 of that. The middle 1/3 of that one, because that's a really nice female. Excuse me, I was trying to see if it was a female or male, but very nice. She's got some power. We just got to get that one a little bit more easier on the handle. We got to get that more fresher to the touch and get that muscle that's a little bit more rounded right there, more defined, but still very nice one to round out the class.
Results of your medium weight white face crossbred class is as follows. First, Lexi Zepp. Second, Charlie Weaver. Third, Lorelei Masamore. And fourth, Lillian Selby. Reading down your program, 1, 4, 3, 2. We're now going to select your champion and reserve champion white face crossbred. From class 12, we have Cadence Hoy. Her lamb is weighing 118 pounds. Standing second to her is Haley Becker with a lamb weighing 126. Class 15 medium weight. White face crossbred winner was Lexi Zepp with a weight of 131, and the reserve in that class was Charlie Weaver with a weight of 143. Our alumni showmanship sign up, sheep people. I am very disappointed in my sheep people. I only have 2 people signed up for sheep alumni showmanship. 2. I look around the ring, I can pick out 100 alumni sheep showmen. So right now we only have Kelsey Zepp and Brody Hansen. And Brody isn't even a Carroll County sheep showman. So I am very disappointed. Please come up here, pay your $20 and get these alumni registered.
we get out here in the white face. And boy, this doesn't disappoint you. I think one that just has this extremely good look, but one that has a little bit more build right there from the front 1/3 of its body, and how that one ties into his neck is really cool. And I say, you know, still big in the loin and big in the shape also, compared to two counterparts out here that I really like, that I keep putting my eyes on, but super good ones, super neat ones. The one that I like just balances out a little bit more better, has maybe just a little bit more fresher, and you put your handle onto him. The young lady with the lightweight is going to be your champion. Congratulations. Young lady's going to be reserved with the middle heavyweight. Congratulations to her. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause for Pauls.
Your champion white-faced crossbred lamb was exhibited by Cadence Hoy. That award was sponsored by Dave Penn and family. Cadence, once you get your lamb back, please report to the backdrop for a podcast. Cadence, once you get your lamb back, report to the backdrop for a podcast. Your reserved white-faced crossbred was exhibited by Lexi Zepp, and that award was sponsored by Bounds Accounting and Tax Services. We're now moving into our lightweight black crossbred division. Lightweight black-face crossbred division with exhibitors that include Lexi Zepp, Sophie Hampt, Charlie Weaver, Charlotte Chamberlain, and Paige Basler. Lambs in this class weigh 116 to 118. Attention lamb exhibitors, attention lamb exhibitors. Nominations for the sale is now open, but the lamb you're nominating must have already been shown and placed. The division must be concluded. Again, nominations are open for any lambs that you have shown and the division has been selected. 4-H'ers, FFA members who exhibited their lamb must be present when they're nominating their lamb. All nominations will close exactly 30 minutes after the show. Go nominate your lambs for the sale with Miss Gwen.
a really nice and good and interesting class with these black faces. And young lady brings us one, and this is an extremely good one. You just read this one just to have a lot of balance and shape of muscle and ties into her loin, and a really good one. You get this one elevated from point to shoulder. That's a nice one. And boy, you talk about the build on this one just being exceptionally good right behind that blade and how that one just sits into muscle to pattern. You can talk about muscle all day on this one into the lower portion of that twist. Just gives you such a good look, such a presence look from the front 1/3 of the body, how that one opens up into her chest, into her floor, but still it ties in very well to that muscle and that pattern. Young man comes in with the weather, a really nice one, a really good one. One of them that just need a little bit more shape right there behind, I say behind the top of that blade, and how that one just kind of comes in. But boy, you put your hands on him, his loin is so good. He just doesn't disappoint you from that standpoint also. He's got a big old twist back there. He's got full of muscle, very nice, and carries so far down to that leg also. I like him for that standpoint. A really neat one if you want to be picky on that one. Just on his passion, give him a little bit more flex, give him a little bit more ease, but still has a great silhouette and balances out super well. Young lady comes in with a close third. I like this female a lot. I thought she got into the mix very easily. I think just that, go ahead, y'all can pull him out right here. Go ahead and pull him out right here. The handle on this one is just a little bit more softer than what I like. I wish that one was just a little bit more, I say on the handle, a little bit more harder to the touch right there. But boy, extremely good female. When we talk about just the loin and the added power and shape down to the hind saddle, and how that one just transitions down to muscle and shape, like I said, just really cool. A very nice one, a very good complete one made also. Just a little bit more looser onto the handle. Appreciate the front end of that one also. Young lady brings us a really good one. Got some really nice good socks on this one also. A good hair and skin. This one just gets too thin for me. We just got to, I love the build on this one, but just a real thin build. We got to power this one up and get this one just a little bit more, I say, on a muscle standpoint. But boy, the design is there. I like this one a lot. I like the design over the top and how that one just balances out to that loin and down to that hind saddle. We just lose too much onto the lower portion of the twist, the inner side of that leg also. We just got to power that one up, like I said, but still extremely good one from the front 1/3 of its body. Very, very attractive right there when we talk about blade to shape. Young lady's going to round out the class. We just need to balance this one up a little bit more better. Gets a little bit more rounder right there into that middle rib of that portion, and we just got to balance into loin and shape, and just relax this female ever so slightly on the back 1/3 of her loin. She just wants to spine up ever so slightly and just open her up chest floor just a tad bit more, but still appreciate the density of rib and the forearm that she has into her. I like her for that standpoint also. That's a nice one to round out the class. Very, very good, very competitive class. Congratulations, exhibitors.
I'd like to congratulate Lexi Zepp for placing first in the lightweight black-face crossbred division. Second went to Charlie Weaver. Third went to Sophie Hampt. Fourth to Charlotte Chamberlain. And fifth to Paige Basler. If you're reading down your program, 1, 3, 2, 4, 5. Class 23B, lightweight, blackface, crossbred. Class of 5 in the ring, Clara Collins, Jensen Wagner, Lorelei Masamore, Jacob Braun, Hayden Schaefer. Lambs are weighing 119 to 121 pounds. We are looking for exhibitors in Class 23C. Again, exhibitors in Class 23C, please make your way to the makeup area. Jacob Braun. I'm sorry, Luke Brower. Luke Brower, or a member of the Brower family, please report to the announcer's stand. Luke Brower, or a member of the Brower family, please report to the announcer's stand. Additionally, if you are done showing your lamb and would like to nominate them for the sale, nominations are open with Miss Gwen, who is sitting to my right.
Market show is moving here at the Carroll County Fair, and we've got another one of our winners. Cadence Hoy is won our champion whiteface cross. And so, Cadence, congratulations. I'm sure you're very excited. And so we were talking before the interview, said this is your first time ever showing a lamb.
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about your lamb and about raising that lamb for the very first time.
It's very fun for like raising a lamb for your first time. I used to help my sister show her lambs because she would get a grand champion a lot, so I would have to help her. And that's really all.
So last year I had a chance to interview you because you won with a steer.
Yes.
So what is different or harder about showing a lamb than showing a steer?
It's not really hard for lambs. I think steers are harder because you have to blow dry them much longer. It takes about an hour to blow. And lambs, you just have to blow like a little bit. It takes about 10 minutes.
What was your favorite part of raising a lamb this year?
I don't really know. Everything, basically.
Well, certainly winning your class and then winning a champion has to be really high on your list. Cadence, congratulations. I know you'll have to go back into the ring later for grand champion, and so we wish you all the best. Good luck.
Thank you.
We've had some additions to our alumni
Great job,
showmanship.
Cadence. Congratulations.
Jim Weishauer, Crystal Stowers, and Dr. K. Wagner.
Really nice pair out here, and young lady brings us one, a little tander one, but really good. And this one just wants to sprawl out just a little bit, as you can see, and wish this one just could just get underneath his back feet just a tad bit more, and that bit's bring that big old powerful loin out and the circumference of that loin also. Just super good over his tail set in that hind saddle, but extremely good on the back one portion of his body, his inner twist, his inner leg. He just carries that muscle all the way down, and super good from the front 1/3 of his body. He's got a big old crease working on the top of that blade and how that one sets, but still admire that center portion of rib and that front and how he's constructed really well. Like I said, he just wants to push a little bit back there from the front, back 1/3 of his 2 feet. I wish he'd just get under himself just a tad bit more, so it makes his loin just a little bit more dry, but still gives you such a great look, such a present. The young lady right here in second, this is a really nice one. This one just wants to come out right there on the blade and shoulder. If we could just construct that one just a little bit more easier, I think, and just tie that one in. But boy, you put your hands on that one. I like the handle between number 2 and number 3, and I thought this one just had extremely a good handle on it, this U right here. And you just talk about loin and shape in that one all day long, but just power also. You know, maybe just a little bit more smaller constructed in her frame and her size, but still she's really good. And I say when you put your handle on them, and they feel really good, and they feel firm, and they've got a little condition on them, that's what the kind you want. But boy, that one's a really nice, good package right over the top. Love how she balances out. The young man's going to come next. So this weather's a really nice one. He's big, and he's got big feet on him too, and so you admire him for that standpoint also. He just gets too pointed up there behind his blade and how he just kind of sets into his carcass. He's got a big old loin, and I thought that was pretty close between number 2 and number 3, that pair. But he just gets a little bit more waster for him. When we talk about the handle, I just got to firm him up ever so solid. But boy, I admire that big old rib and what he comes in and how he ties into his flank. Really neat, very good constructed on that loin. He's got a lot of shape and power, but he's just a little bit more looser hided right there. Just loses a little bit more touch, but still packed full of muscle down to the lower portion of that twist also. A young lady that comes in next, that's a super neat one, a really cool one. Go ahead and you put him sideways. Very, very nice. And boy, just very, very elegant through the front 1/3 of his body and how this one ties in. But he just runs out of power and shape for him right there behind his blade and how he sits down into his loin. We just got to have more. He gets a little more flatter right there, the lower portion of his twist. I like to power him up ever so solid. I love the design in this weather, though. He's so super balanced right over his top and how he comes down to and ties into his tail set and how he drops down into his muscle. He just needs a little bit more muscle and power. We need to open that one up ever so solid from the front 1/3 of his body, but still's got a really cool neck, ties in really good to his head. That's a nice weather, young lady. Congratulations. We round out the class. This one just needs a little bit more balance and style and shape for me to move this one up, drop that full rib just ever so slightly into that flank. Just gets real plain right there behind the blade and how that one kind of sets in, but still appreciate the big middle of it, the big loin in that one. I like that one a lot, but we just got to have more shape and muscle the front 1/3 of that body to move that one up into for the class, but still a very nice one to round out that class. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Results of Class 23B. First to Hayden Schaefer, second to Lorelei Masamore, third to Jacob Braun, fourth to Jensen Wagner, and fifth to Clara Collins. Reading down your program, 5, 4, 2, 3, and 1. In the ring at this time, we have 5 exhibitors: Weston Huff, Jacob Guyman, Wade Smith, Emily Fritz, and Mackenzie Butler. Lambs in this lightweight class are weighing 122 to 124. Exhibitors in class 23D, that's 23D, please make your way to the makeup area. So I'm just saying that on that alumni showmanship, I do not see many Zeps. There's no Rills mentioned. There's no Beckers or Masamores on that list yet. Who else can I pick out of the club here? Oh, Christine Helm, I heard, is over there, and she's been known to stick a lamb now or then. Chet, is that you over there? You know, we don't do cattle, but you could get on a lamb. 20 bucks. 20 bucks. Get him in the ring.
Really nice, and got 2 of them to start out. A very good pair and very comparable pair. Like this one a lot. I thought you should put your hands on that one. This brother just doesn't disappoint you on his feel and his touch over the top of his blade. And he's so centered out, and he's so cool over his top, and how he just kind of turns into that blade. Very square made. Got a lot of product right there over the top of his loin, and how that one just sits down to the lower portion of that, I'd say lower leg. And boy, it just doesn't disappoint you from that standpoint. Also, chock full of muscle, got a lot of power and shape to the lower portion of that twist. But you study the fore rib in this one and the middle rib in that one, and it's really neat, and that underline is really cool. She's got that one designed right where he needs to be on the feed plan. A very, very good one. And we talk about the forearm and the amount of a shape that he has into him, and how he just ties into shoulder to blade. He's got a good neck on his presence, good face on that one also. Like that one a lot. Gives you that cool look. Good socks on him also. Congratulations, young lady. The one in second is a really nice one also. I think that was very comfortable on the top of the blade and shape of that one. That's kind of, I say, a close factor on these two because they're so good over their top, and they don't disappoint you when you put your hands over the top of their blade and how they just transition down to that right there into the middle portion. That rib cage, and then they come down into that loin and how they settle in their hind saddle, because that's a really nice, good constructed one also. And I was like, man, these two are really good over their top, and especially right there behind that blade and how that one just sets in. And you talk about an underline on that one also. I like that one a lot. I like the middle portion of his body, but super one that ties into that shape right there. We talk about blade to shapes, got some front end also. Maybe comes down just a tad bit into that breast to plate, but still gets a little bit more heavy right there into the neck compared to the counterpart that won the class. That's kind of just being picky on that one because I like that weather a lot. Like I said, he's got a good muscle pattern to him, got some good texture to the lower portion of that rib, and appreciate those back legs. On a structural standpoint, he might want to come in just ever so slightly. I like to see him walk just a tad bit better on those back two legs. The one that comes in third, a very nice and very comparable one also. I like the top shape of that one, and hopefully you can see the amount of power and shape of loin that one has. He just gets a little bit more plainer for me. When we talk about the bottom of that twist, we got to power him up so much on a muscle standpoint and get him leveled out onto the lower portion of that body. But still, he was deep rib, he was deep-sided. Like him for that standpoint. It has some good characteristics of a really nice shoulder to the front 1/3. Young man brings us in probably a super cool looking one also. This one just run out of power and shape, this female. I'd like to see her a little bit more constructed, a little bit more muscle and shape down to that loin. Thought she was kind of one of this little bit more smaller one of the bunch, but still a really good complete one on her muscle to pattern as she goes away from us. Maybe just gets out just a tad bit on those back toes. We got to fix that one up on a structural standpoint. The one that rounds out the class, a really nice one. This gets too plain right there when we talk about on that hind side and how that one comes into dock, gets a little bit more closer into that loin, gets a little bit more tighter. We got to open that one up ever so slightly onto that back 1/3 of the body, give that little bit more muscle and shape down to the portion of that lower twist, but still gives you a good look from the front 1/3 of the body, how that one transitions down into that blade, into the shape, into that neck, but a really good one to round out the glass. Congratulations, exhibitors.
Congratulations to Class 23C exhibitors. Congratulations. Emily Fritz was first. Second to Mackenzie Butler. Third to Jacob Guyman. Fourth to Weston Huff. And fifth to Wade Smith. Class 23D, lightweight, black face crossbreds. We have Clara Collins, Delilah Barber, Estella Gover, Avery O'Meara. Lambs in this class are weighing 126 to 128. I am looking for lambs in Class 23E. Class 23E, please make your way to the holding area. Class 23E.
really nice and interesting class. Young lady wins with this weather, and I think that's the one you just have to go to, gravitate to on a muscle pattern and shape on this one, because when you put your hands on this one, that one just doesn't disappoint you on the amount of feeling and the amount of firmness that one has on that forerib, and how that one just goes down to loin, and how that one sets in to muscle, to pattern, really good. Gives you such a good look right there from the front 1/3 to shoulder to blade also. Very nice. One thing on a structural standpoint, maybe just relax that back posturing just a little bit, give that one a little bit more ease and flex, but still a very nice one, a good handling one. The young lady comes in with the combination one right here. This one's got some tallness to the skeletal system, as you can see. Maybe one that's built a little bit more different in the counterparts into the class, but really good into its loin. I can say, yeah, that one needs a shot more right there behind the blade, and how that one kind of sits down, but still a really good big footed one. I like that one. You got to just admire the balance and the symmetry of that loin, but we just need more of that one to win that class compared to the counterpart. But boy, I love the design in that one. Super good, super neat, super flexible on those feet and legs. Gives you such a good look, gives you such a present look. Very nice. Young lady comes in next with this female, a really good one. And I said, man, that number one is very comparable to this one. I had to kind of change my mind right at the end, because this one just gets a little more wastier for me on the finish standpoint. I like to form up the touch and just harden that one up. Go ahead, right there. And just really neat design, though. And I thought that one was very comfortable, the one that won the class. But like I said, we just get a little bit too much flesh on this one. It loses too much handle. We got to harden that one up ever so slightly. We're talking about over that mid-rib cage and down to that loin, and how that one just sets down. Got enough power, got enough shape. Just has a little bit more cover than what I like on a market standpoint of it. But still good muscle, good tone on the back 1/3. Love the big feet and bone and leg and the structure on that one also. Congratulations, young lady. Very nice one. We round out the class with this female, a really nice, good-looking female. Got a cool-looking haircut also up there, but just a super neat one. Just gets a little more plainer in her rib and down the side of the portion of her flank and over the top. We just got to power this one ever so slightly up and give her a little bit more muscle and shape over the top. She gets a little bit more looser into the handle, gets a little bit more plainer, like I said, into that rib cage, but still appreciate how she ties into her shoulder and over the back of her neck. She's got a big old long, elongated neck, and that makes her give her a cool look, but I like her feet, bone, and legs also to go along with that good structure. Congratulations, young lady, for rounding out the class. Very nice, good, high-quality sheep.
Results of Class 23D. Congratulations to Estella Gover, 1, Clara Collins, 2, Avery O'Meara, 3, and Delilah Barber, 4th. Into the ring right now comes Class 23E. This is our last class of lightweights before we move into our division. Exhibitors include Madison Myers, Avery Becker, Kylie Medlin, Nathan Crome, Harper McGrath, and Elizabeth Burns. Lambs in this class are weighing 129. They're weighing 129 pounds, all of them. At the conclusion of this class, we will be selecting our lightweight champion and reserve. Again, at the conclusion of this class, we need all lightweight firsts and seconds back to the ring for the selection of the lightweight champion and reserve. All right, folks. Here's the list of alumni showmanship so far. Kelsey Zepp, Brody Hansen, Jim Weishauer, Crystal Stowers, Dr. K. Wagner, Keelan Top, Amber Miller, Robbie Wagner, Amanda Fritz. Let's see. I don't see a Layla Metz on there or the name Schmidt on there. I don't see Peyton Zepp on there or Ethan Zepp on there. Who else? Oh, the Govers are in the back hiding. The Costas are hiding. Come on, folks. It's time to see some of those parents who tell you how to show. Make them get out here and do it.
Really nice class, and we'll start these three out. A young lady on this end is going to win. I think that one just has a little bit more shape. We talk about full ribbon over the top of that one's blade, but still on the handle, that one's good. That one balances out super well. We talk about the underline on that female also, but boy, she's chock full of muscle and power and shape when you get down to the back 1/3 of her body and to the lower portion of her twist. I like her for that standpoint also. Think she's really neat. I think she just had a little bit more of the extras right there behind blade and shape compared to the counterpart in second also, because that's a really nice one. When you dive down into this one, that one's really good. Just gets two butt plane right there behind the blade. We just got to stouten that one up ever so slightly. I thought this pair was really close in their type and kind. I said, hey, which one just has a little bit more of that full rib? Which one just a little jumps out over the top of that blade, and how that one sits in the muscle, the pattern. But still appreciate that one when we talk about loin and shape and the levelness of dock and how that one ties down to a really good muscle and twist. Like that one a lot. Got some big socks on it like that one too. Just fit really nice, really comfortable to the handle. Also has got some freshness. You know, like I said, we just got to pick these things apart just ever so slightly. If you want to change a little bit more, you can let that one relax just a little bit into the spine, but still like the front 1/3 of that body and how that one goes into the neck. The one that comes in third, a really nice one, a good handling sheep also. Kind of the same thing. That one gets a little bit more planar behind the blade, but boy, it jumps out to a big old powerful loin, got a lot of shape and muscle down the lower portion of that twist also. When we talk about the front 1/3, you just got to really appreciate how clean this one is and level this one is in the design to the front 1/3 of the body, and how shapely that one is in the shoulder blade and ties into that top of that pole and into that neck. Is really neat and really creative how that one just comes in and really clean right there behind the base of that neck into that blade and how that one sets in. That's a very nice one. Like the handle on that one a lot. We come down to the fourth place one. This is a really nice female, and boy, she's super cool and super neat. She's got a lot of the extras of being a big wide base one. She just gets out too forward into her shoulder and blade. She's so stout made and so cool made though, and really neat. But boy, I wish I could just pick her up just a tad bit. But boy, you talk about just how much front she has to her and how she just levels out really good. She gets a little bit more looser on the handle. I like to give her a little bit more tighter right there when we get her set up and get her pushing and going on a muscle standpoint, but the muscle is there, the balance is there, the quality is there. I like her a lot. Those ones in front of her just a little bit more neater, a little bit more freakier right there from the front 1/3 of the body, but still a very nice one. That's a great female right there you got, young lady. Young man comes in next. Go ahead and put him on the side. Very, very good. And boy, when this one gets elevated from point to shoulder, it just doesn't disappoint you, this female. But then when she gets into the one, she loses her handle. She gets a little bit more looser on the touch. I like to just firm her up ever so solid. But still, I love how balanced she is off of her hind saddle and how she comes down to the lower portion of that twist. She just gets a little bit more flatter right there into her muscle. We got to power her up ever so solid, but still appreciate that underline and how she just carries in and ties in super good. Fit it really well right there to the middle portion of her body, but we just got to have her a little bit more stouter to compete to the counterparts into the class. We round out the class also. This young lady kind of struggling on the front 1/3 of her body. She wants to dip down ever so solid, but that's a really nice one over Lauren, and she's very shapely in muscle and style and her type and kind. But one thing, she just loses a little bit more on the handle. I like to see her a little bit more firmer to the touch, and as she just needs to learn how to push and get her to dry like a show lamb, but still, though she was struggling with her, but still a very nice one to round out the class. Let's give these kiddos a good round of applause in this class.
We'd like to congratulate Madison Myers for first place in Class 23E, second to Kylie Medlin, third to Elizabeth Burns, fourth to Avery Becker, fifth to Nathan Crome, and sixth to Harper McGrath. Reading down your program, 1, 4, 2, 5, 6, and 3. We're now going to select our lightweight champion and reserve black face crossbred. From Class 23A, we have Lexi Zepp with a lamb weighing 116. From 23B is Hayden Schaefer. That lamb weighed in at 121. Emily Fritz is representing Class 23C. Lamb weighs 123. Class D represented is Estella Gover. Her lamb weighed in at 128. And from our last class, we have Madison Myers. Her lamb weighs 129. The seconds are as follows. Charlie Weaver from A. B is Lorelei Masamore. C is Mackenzie Butler. From Class D is Clara Collins. And from the last class is Kylie Medlin. Your sponsor for your champion is Cal Razy Cleaning, and your reserve is sponsored by Terry and Bob McAndrew. We will be looking for Class 26A to the makeup area. 26A to the makeup area at this time.
Well, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. I always tell, you know, we got the parents over here and admiring and looking and thinking, and that's great. And that's what, you know, you want to do and see, hey, the build on these is right, though. And so let's congratulate these kiddos for winning their classes or being second and coming out here for the divisional champion, because it should mean a lot to you, especially for the parents and the exhibitors and the families, because the amount of time you put into them. And this is where you want to be. This is where you want to work at to get to and have a good sheep that has good quality, and the judge can see that, and you win your class or you're second in your class. That's what I always tell my kids that we strive to do when they showed, is that we want to be in that first or second, or we want to get one more chance for that judge just to look at that animal and see what it's about and the quality. But not going to talk all of them in the line, but certainly a good bunch right here on my class champions. And as you can see, that they've got some shape, they've got some style and balance and muscle, and they've got some bone work and footwork to go along with it. Some of them got some really nice socks, some good hair to go along with that, and that's always hard to do sometimes. They want to eat on the wool and things like that. You got to keep them wrapped up. I know we always had to challenge that with our sheep too, but still very, very good. They're very good, and they have a good build, and they have good muscle, and they have good texture of muscle also that balances into that carcass and how they hit the ground on a structural standpoint from foot and bone. There's one of them out here, folks, I really like. I thought that one was pretty unique in how that one balanced out, how that one just tied in to that head and that shape of that loin, and boy, just the amount of muscle and power down to the lower portion of that twist. Very, very nice one. Very good balance one. It's going to come out of your heavyweight, lightweight class. Congratulations, young ladies, on being your champion. Bring that one in, and I had some discussion in my mind of what I was going to use for reserve, because I like this one in that first class also. I think that one just got to catch your eye and demands your attention also. Boy, when you put your hands on that lighter one of the bunch, she's just so cool in how she's made up in her design. Excuse me, so good and made up in her design, and then the amount of power and shape. And yeah, she's probably not right there on where she needs to be, just on a little bit more firmer handle to the touch, because she could probably have some more growth power into her. And then the heavyweight down here also is in contention, because I think that one's extremely good. And I talked about that one in class. Just gets a little bit more lighter right there behind blade to set, and how that one just kind of settles in. But still, you got to like the balance and the symmetry of how that meat and how that just one turns down to the lower portion of that leg into a meat product. Very, very nice. I like the one right here in the middle of me too, with the good socks. That one's a really cool one. Just maybe doesn't handle just with authority or firmness as the other two in contentions also, but a super nice one also. Thought those ones just kind of caught my eye. Nothing to take away from that young lady right there. That's a good powerhouse one, and the young lady right there gets a little bit more softer right there in front of that heavyweight. I think it just kind of comes down to those two. I really liked them a lot. I thought one of them just had a little bit more of the extras, and we got to talk about cutability on sheep, and no doubt we love the pretty ones, and they get along pretty good also. But boy, the one that just has a little bit more power and shape in that loin, I'm going to use the heavyweight to be reserved also. Congratulations. Hey, let's give these kiddos a round of applause. They worked their tails off, and so did their parents, and very, very nice. A good, comfortable sheep, very good quality also in these sheep. Congratulations.
We would like to congratulate your lightweight champion blackface crossed exhibitor, Madison Myers. And Madison, when you get a chance, can you please run over and do a podcast with Mr. Sam? Your lightweight reserve champion blackface was exhibited by Kylie Medlin. Congratulations, Miss Kylie Medlin. Again, Madison, if you have a chance, Madison Myers, if you can make it to the backdrop for an interview, that'd be great. In the ring now, we have medium weight black face crossbreds. Exhibitors include Atlee Hoy, Brooklyn Wagner, Rhett Bauman, David Guyman, Addie Collins, Lloyd Arbaugh, Bridget Barber, and Charlotte Chamberlain. Also, we have some updates on our alumni showmanship that include Amanda Fritz, Brad Rill, Molly Rill, Layla Metz, Logan Rill, Miss Bobby Schmidt, and Peyton Zepp. The weights of these lambs in the ring currently is 130 to 134 pounds. Attention to all of those ringside and visiting here at the fair tonight. Our bedtime stories with animals is starting in 5 minutes. Again, bedtime stories with animals starting in 5 minutes in the Shipley tent. Again, bedtime stories with animals in the Shipley tent.
we'll get these three out here. Young lady's going to win right in front of me. That's a good one. You got to enjoy the handle as you put on him, and he just doesn't disappoint you from a side view and a balanced view. Also, like that guy, he's super correct into his loin, and just how he ties into muscle to pattern. He's got some shape. You can see the boldness of that twist coming down the lower portion of that legs, but the front just doesn't disappoint you either. He's a smooth and very neat in how he ties into the front 1/3 of his blade and how he sets into his neck and ties in really good right there. We talk about blade to set on that guy, not too crusty, just about right there on his condition of where he needs to be. Super good face on that one also. Congratulations, young lady. I think the sort right here is number 2 and number 3. Young man, you'll be second. Congratulations, because that one's chock full of muscle and top and shape. And then when he gets that one powered up, a little bit more shorter body than the counterpart into the class, I will admit that. But that guy's got so much muscle and shape to him. And when he gets that one set, he doesn't disappoint you on a muscle standpoint. Also, really good constructed from down to that hind saddle and how he ties in down to his twists. Also, really neat. Like I said, that's a really cool one. Young lady brings in maybe a little bit more attractive one right there from the front 1/3 of the body. But that one, just on the size of scale, needs more power and shape down the lower portion of that twist. I think that's where he just loses it between the number 2 and the number 1. But still a great one from the front 1/3. Got some boldness to shoulder and how that one just ties in super good on the handle. Like that a lot. Like that loin. He got shape and that power also. He just gets a little bit more lighter for me on a muscle standpoint from the back 1/3 of his body. Young lady that comes in 4th, a really nice one also. That one's a good constructed one. Go ahead and turn them sideways. Really good and constructed one. Gotta admire just that one's the shape in that middle portion of the rib. Just gets a little bit more flatter into that loin. I'd like to level that one off just a little bit. Gets a little bit more weaker on those edges. We talk about just that hind side, how that dock just comes up a tad bit. Like to balance that one off. Maybe get that one just a little bit more shot of muscle to the lower portion of that twist also, but still very neat and to the front 1/3 of its body and how that one ties into the middle portion of the rib. That's a nice one, young lady. We get down here in the 5th hole. Really good one. Go ahead and turn them sideways. Very nice. This one just loses me a little bit. It gets a little bit more waistier for me, and I just got to have a little bit more handle on this shoe. She gets a little bit more, I'd say just a little bit more plainer right there on the top of her loin and how she ties into that hind saddle. Also, I like to get that one just a little bit more shape to match the shape of that front 1/3 of that rib in that cage and how that one just transitions down to the middle portion of her rib. We just got to get her a little bit constructed better right there onto that loin. She gets just a little bit more flatter on those edges. Carries just a little bit more hair condition than what I like. Also, like that one, just a little bit more firmer to the touch. But we talk about blade and shape in that one all day long. The front 1/3 is good, and that one's got a good, clean neck. It gets a little, maybe just a tad bit more crusty right there behind blade to set. But if you want to be picky on that one, but still, that one's got some extension of neck. Young man comes in next with a really good, sleek one, a good handling. Go ahead and turn him sideways. A really good one, a really nice, good, sleek one. Yeah, this one just concerns me is the cover on this one just a little bit too much. Gets a little bit more rounder muscle right there, back from the back 1/3 of the body. I just like to level that muscle out, tie that muscle in just a little bit more proportional to the leg also. But still appreciate the big, deep rib that one has, the density of rib, and then the flank and how that one just kind of dives in really good over the top of that loin, how that one sits down. Like I said, maybe this one just needs a little bit more balance, it needs a little bit more proportional behind blades, just rounds out a little bit too much for me on a muscle standpoint also, but still gives you a nice, good, attractive look from the front 1/3 of the body when we talk about from blade to shape, but still a really good, exciting U right there. Young man comes in next. This one just gets too flat and plain on the muscle design, and as you put your hands on, doesn't disappoint you on the firmness amount, what he has on top, but we just need more muscle, we need more turn to that twist, to that lower portion of that muscle. Like I said, does a really good job on getting that one extended and getting that one really unique into the front 1/3 of its body. Does a great job on presentation. Also, we just need to power that one up so slightly. To round out the class, young lady does a really good job with this female also. We just got to have more power and shape in that loin. It just loses a little bit. I say gets plainer into that rib and then that forerib also. But he just got to power that one over the blade and shape. And the handle's a little bit more looser on this female. I like to tidy her up just a tad bit and give her a little bit more shot of loin right there onto those edges, but still appreciate the front 1/3 of the design on that one. I like her blade and how she sets down. She's very nice, a very nice one to round out the class. Congratulations, young lady. Let's give them a good round of applause.
Congratulations to Class 26A. Atlee Hoy was first, Lloyd Arbaugh second, Charlotte Chamberlain third, Addie Collins fourth, Bridget Barber fifth, Rhett Bauman sixth, David Guyman seventh, and Brooklyn Wagner eighth. In the ring at this time, we have Class 26B. I'm sorry, I want to read down the list from 26A if you're following along. 1, 8, 6, 7, 4, 2, 5, and 3. In the ring at this time, we have Lloyd Arbaugh, Elliot Weishauer, Mackenzie Weaver, Grayson Cromer, Caden Reed, Luke Myers, Cade Stamball. Lambs in this class are weighing 135 to 138. I am looking for Class 26C. Again, Class 26C, please make your way to the makeup area.
really nice class. I'm going to leave them as they stand 1, 2, and 3. Young lady's going to win. That's a good one. You put your hands on that one. Just doesn't disappoint you from the shape of that muscle and how that one just ties in. That one's good muscle quality, good texture muscle. The handle's right, the build's right there. But that one's just so explosive over his blade and how that one just turns into that loin and settles down in the middle portion of his body. But still, I like him from the front 1/3 of his body, how clean he is and how he ties into his neck. Super good, gives you a great look. Got some good feeder bone. You know, if you want to be picky on him, maybe just let him relax a little bit more onto that hind pastern, but still a really good one to win the class. A young man's going to come in second. I thought the second and third were very close in their type and kind. One of them just had a little bit more forward with him and a little bit more base right there. We talk about on behind that blade and how that one sets down, and I thought that was just a deciphering factor, young men, between both of those sheep, because they're really good. You know, maybe this one gets a little bit more shorter in his type and kind that the young man has, but still, that one's so good to the center portion of his body and how he just transitions down to muscle and shape. I think these two animals are very, very close together. I picked the one that had just a little bit more shape right there behind the blade and how that one just kind of sits in. He might get a little bit more shorter to the ground, but still, that's a nice one. Young man comes in with a really good, like I said, just a nice one. And behind the blade, that's where he loses it just for me into that pair. But super good on quality and shape of muscle and how he just kind of comes down and turns in the lower portion of that twist. I like to relax him just on a structural standpoint, right there on the back of that pastern, just ever so slightly as we asked that one to go. But boy, he gives you such a great look. He gives you such great eye appeal also, and how he just ties in to his blade and how he shapes. We just need a little bit more blade right there, but still like the underline of that guy also. Very, very close pair between number 2 and number 3. Congratulations, those exhibitors. We get over here to 4th, and this one, boy, he gets into the mix pretty easy. Thought that one just handled a little bit more. We'll go ahead and put him on the side. That one handled with a little bit more, I'd say, just softness to that. Go ahead and put him to the side. We're going to look at the side view. There you go. Put him right there. There you go. Awesome. Yeah. Boy, just to really appreciate the amount of muscle and the shape that guy has into him. I like his forerib and how he just kind of comes down. He just gets a little bit more softer. I can't move him up into the class. I like his handle just to be a little bit more stronger to the touch, but it's still one that defines muscle and shape. Go ahead and move him to the side. Turn him to the side. There you go. Turn him right there. Turn him that way. There, right there, perfect. Now set him up. That's another good weather right there. He's good. He just gets a little bit more planar into that forward in the middle portion of his body. I like to give him more shape over his top and down to his loin. I thought he just got a little planar into that loin and that muscle pattern, and he gets a little bit more closed up on a structural standpoint. I like to just balance him up, make him a little bit more wider chested, make him a little bit more wider from the ground up too. But still, you got to appreciate the silhouette and the balance that he has over the top of him. I like him for that standpoint also. Just wish he had a little bit more power and shape to move him up into the class. We get to the next one, a really nice one. This one just gets a little bit more flattered for me down there. We talk about those loin edges, but still got some muscle, got some shape, got some forerib. I like him for that standpoint also. But, you know, just he wasn't the correct one right there down into the loin. He wants to dip down just ever so slightly because he's got so much power into that forerib and that middle portion of his rib. I just like to relax him ever so slightly, but still gives you a good look. We round out the class with a really nice one. This one just gets a little bit more softer to my touch, and it gets a little more planar right there. We talk about tail to set in the back of that loin edge. I like to power that one up ever slightly, give him a little bit more power, a little bit more shape to the lower portion of that twist also, but still appreciate that big old forerib that guy brings into this class. Like that one a lot also. A very nice one, good competitive class. Congratulations, those exhibitors.
Results of Class 26B is as follows. First was awarded to Mackenzie Weaver. Second to Caden Reed. Third to Lloyd Arbaugh. Fourth to Grayson Cromer. Fifth to Cade Stamball. Sixth to Elliot Weishauer. And seventh to Luke Myers. Into the ring, we bring Class C, 26C. We have 2 entries by Liam Hartner, Nathan Crome, Madison Myers, Eliza Hockheiser, Avery Becker, and Alyssa Costa. 7 entries. These lambs are all weighing 139 pounds. We are looking for exhibitors in class 26D. 26D, please make your way to the makeup area.
Serious, Scott.
I'd like to announce our judge for this evening. Judge Jacob Dietze is an agriculture science teacher from Belleville, Texas. He has been teaching and serving as an ag advisor for 26 years at Belleville High School. He graduated from Royal High School, attended Caledon Junior College, where he was on the competitive livestock judging team, and went to Blinn College, where he finished his associate's degree in science. He graduated from Texas A&M University with a bachelor's degree in agricultural development and education. He has received many awards in education and was honored to be Citizen of the Year in Belleville, Texas. He grew up raising and showing cattle and many other livestock species at a young age, and believes in agriculture industry for how it educates the youth. He has been blessed to have judged many market steers, breeding heifers, swine, sheep, poultry, and breeding shows throughout the state of Texas. Out of state, he has judged in states including Alaska, California, Colorado, Louisiana, Idaho, Wyoming, Maryland, and has also been an international judge in Mexico, both for market and breeding animals. He is the owner of JD4 Clipper Blade Sharpening and Repair Service, and owns a herd of crossbred breeding show cattle. He has trained many state FFA, state and national FFA teams in livestock and dairy evaluations. He has also judged national and state FFA speaking contests. Judge Dietze truly enjoys being able to help his students with their projects, training teams, and assisting them in any way possible. He helps students to be successful and believes in achieving goals. Judge Dietze resides in Belleville, Texas with his family Wendy of 25 years and their 3 children. Brody attends Blinn College in College Station. Briley is a sophomore at Belleville High School. She shows livestock and plays volleyball. Brooke currently attends Texas A&M University and is majoring in agriculture economics. His family has been showing livestock for over 30 years in both market and breeding shows all across Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Judge Dietze and for coming all the way to Texas to evaluate our young people.
Well, thank y'all. You know, I know always it's opinion of a judge. You can throw darts at me later on. That won't hurt me at all. I'm just playing. But no, thank y'all again. And kind of a long bio there. I got short ones and long ones and whatever, medium ones. But truly a blessing to go around the United States now and get to judge a lot of good quality shows out there and getting good exhibitors and meeting good parents along the way and good committee people also as yourself. So thank y'all again for having me. I appreciate it. We've had a great day in the cattle show and having a tremendous amount of quality in this lamb show also. The one that wins, I think two of them just pair up really nice on quality and shape. We're going to leave them as they stand 1, 2, and 3. The young man's going to win. Congratulations to him with this female. That's a good one. No doubt you got to really appreciate the balance that she gives us. And I like her. I like her build. I like her firmness to her touch. She doesn't disappoint you on a freshness standpoint. Also, she's just so good and so genuine in her package of how she just comes down and ties down to that meat right there. The lower portion of that twist. She's packed full of the goods on her, I'd say. I like her a lot from the middle 1/3 to the front 1/3 of her forerib and how she just ties in. She balances up really well underneath that underline. I like her for that standpoint. We talk about the front 1/3 of her body. She's good. She's really genuine in her build and how she's made up. She's got some width of base. She's got some comfort to those legs, and on a structural system also, study behind her neck. She gives you such a really good look. Like that one a lot. Congratulations, young man. Boy, the young lady comes in with a close second. Those two pairs are really close as you see them on the side. I like her build. I think she's so good in her forerib in the middle portion of her body. She has a tremendous amount of loin and shape also. Maybe that one that won the class just had a little bit more leg to that lower portion of that twist, but still a really good one. We talk about on a structural standpoint, she got big feet, bone legs, got some really nice cover on those feathering down there on her wool. Very, very pleasing to the front 1/3 of her body, how she ties into her blade and shape and how she comes together. Also very, very nice. Two very good ones close in pair. Young lady kind of comes in next, and I thought this one was really neat. I kind of, fix her a little bit on her structural standpoint on her back leg. She gets out just a little bit on this weather, but still, you got to appreciate this guy. He kind of handles just like those ones. He's a little bit more taller of his kind, but boy, his loin is so good. He's so fresh into his loin and how he just ties into the portion of that, I say right there behind the blade, and how he just sits into that shoulder to blade also. He settles down really well. I like his underline. Like I said, yeah, we need to fix those back feet just ever so solid. He comes out just a tad bit on a structural standpoint, but that guy is so fresh over his top. He's so fresh into his loin, and he balances up so good on the production of meat right there behind the portion of the lower portion of his twist. I know that one's giving her a fit. Also, young man comes in with a very nice, good showstopper right here. Thought this one got pretty close into the mix also. Very, very good female right here. Thought that one was nice. Just gets a really dry into the loin. I wish that loin was just had a little bit more power and shape to it and gets a little bit heavier on the top side. We talk about dock to tail. Also, I'd like to level that one out just a tad bit, maybe flatter just a little bit on muscle to pattern for that one. But still appreciate the length of a stride that one had. But I like that one from the front 1/3 of the build also, and how that one ties into neck to shoulder. Really cool, really elevated from point to shoulder, and how that one just comes in and ties into that jaw area. That was a really close one for the top three also. Young lady comes in with a super dense one, really good. Maybe one that just wasn't constructed really well through the front 1/3 of its body. I like to pull that one apart, give that a little bit more shape right there, the front 1/3. Once it just lay in that blade, I like to just extend that blade just a tad bit, but it gets a little bit more dry right there in that loin also, how that one just comes up to that tail and how that one sets down into that into that junction of that loin, and how that one ties into the border portion of the twist. I like that about them, but just gets a little bit more on the edges of that loin. I wish that one was just a little bit more comfortable in the edges, and you just get that a little bit more hydrated, because that is a super good one for the forerib to the middle portion of that rib. Gives you such a good look, gives you such a present. Very nice class. Young lady comes in next with a super good one, super elevated from point to shoulder. You like this one on her loin and how she ties into her muscle to pattern also. She just gets a little bit more looser right there I say on the handle, we got to tighten her up ever so slightly, but still enjoy the build and the balance that this one brings into the show ring. Very nice female over the top of her blade and how she sits down into her loin also. Just wish she had a little bit more punch, a little bit more power, just a little bit more handle also when we talk about just firmness. Young man to round out the class, another nice one, a good one. This one just gets a little more drier into the loin, as you can see. Gets elevated from point to shoulder, nothing wrong with that. Got some height on this one, but just gets a little bit more raw into that loin. We got to level that one out from dock to tail. We got to give that a little bit more power and shape also to match that big old carcass that one brings into the ring. But still appreciate that one right there behind his blade and how he sets down. Really nice and good elevated one to round out the class. Congratulations. Very nice, exciting class. A lot of good quality in that class all the way throughout. Congratulations, exhibitors.
Results of Class 26C is as follows. Congratulations to Liam Hartner first, Madison Myers second, Avery Becker third, Liam Hartner fourth, Alyssa Costa fifth, Eliza Hawkeiser sixth, and Nathan Crome seventh. If you're following along in the program, 4172635. Into the ring, we bring Class 26D with David Guyman, Bridget Barber, Reed Stamball, Allison Wagner, Leah Fritz, and Alyssa Costa. Lambs in this class weigh 140 to 141. We're looking for exhibitors in 26E.
At Lamb Show, and one of the things we're excited, one of the reasons Lamb is such a popular project is because it's not just a market show. There are so many ways that you can engage in a Lamb project in a variety of ways, and I brought on someone who can discuss a totally different way of engaging with sheep as we engage with a wool product. So I want to welcome Brianne Hitch to our interview. Brianne, thanks so much for stopping by.
Thank you for having me.
And so Brianne has been a part of what we call the Shepherd's Lead Contest here at the Carroll County Fair. So Brianne, tell us a little bit about the Shepherd's Lead Contest and your experience in it as a 4-H'er.
So I participated all 10 years that I was a 4-H'er. Shepherd's Lead is more for your wool side of the sheep industry. So typically a contestant will buy wool from a store, make a garment out of the wool for themselves, and then also make an accessory for their lamb. And they come into the ring, do a narration, explain who they are to the judges, answer a few questions. The judging is based on their sewing skills and their presentation skills, and then also on what they do for their lamb, how they care for it, just like you would in a fitting and showing class, and what the garment looks like on the lamb as well. Is it a cohesive look between your lamb and the 4-H'er? And that's kind of what our judging scale is based on. And then it's really a great way to promote the other side of the sheep industry. It's not just market, it's also wool. We wear wool every single winter. Everyone has it in their closet. It's a great versatile material for garments, and it's a great way to showcase the wool industry here at the fair as well.
Talk a little bit about the quality of our outfits. It's not a big competition, but our 4-H'ers are really excellent at what they do.
They are. They're very passionate about it. They compete here at the county level. You can also go to state level. A lot of our 4-H'ers also compete in another contest called the Make It With Wool contest, which is on a state level and a national level. We've had 4-H'ers here from our county, represent myself included, represent Maryland at the national level, and all the outfits they make here, they are sometimes 3-piece suits, well tailored, that fit them. Very hot to wear in the summer, but they are a beautiful garment that they present to the judges and our audience. And again, it makes a cute little outfit for their lamb as well.
Yes, it is one of the few times this barn is united. We all feel bad for the exhibitors who come in these gorgeous wool outfits. So when is that contest, and can our viewers check it out?
Yes, it'll be Wednesday this week at 3 o'clock, and it'll be here live streamed on the service.
Thank you so much for coming on.
You.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Really nice looking competitive sheep up here. I like this one, man. I thought that one just had all the right beans, the right pieces that you can put together on a show weather. That one's very, very nice and very good into his spine and how that one ties in. He just has a little bit more length of line. He has a little bit more lowness right there to that dock, to that tail also, and the counterpart right there behind him. I thought this pair was very, very close in their type and kind and how they're built and how they're made. But that champion of this class, he's good. He's a powerhouse all the way down to the lower portion of his wrist and how that one just ties into muscle to shape. Very, very nice. Love that guy right over the top of his blade and how he sits in the middle portion of his body. Still gives you a look from the front 1/3, from that chest to floor, and how he just pulls together very well from his front 1/3. Like that guy a lot. Boy, it was super cool. And also right here, love the socks in that one. The young lady's doing a great job getting that one shown. I thought that pair, like I said, was pretty close. He just got a little bit more shoulder into his loin and on the top of the ridge of his loin also. And that's just a different factor because I think the front 1/3 of both of those guys was truly put together right. I think they matched up right from shoulder to blade and how he ties in. He gives you such a good look, such a pleasant look right out of that neck. He said plenty his jaw into his head. That's a very nice one, young lady. That's a super good close pair. We get into the third. This lady just wins the third place to him because that one just handles so good over the top of his spine and how he just kind of dives into his loin and gets into a good pattern of muscle and shape, kind of fighting him. You know, I think if you could get this one shown and get him right and get him rolling and going, then things could be, change the equation of the class because he's chock full of power and muscle and shape and gives you such a really good look. Like I said, I love the guy's underline and how he just ties together and really, really neat, and he comes out of that blade and how he just sets down on a powerful forearm also. Very nice one sitting in third. Congratulations. We get down to fourth also. Oh, man, he does such a good job on presentation and getting these things right. I like that. This one just gets too plain over his top, compete to those three above him just on a muscle standpoint. But still, we got to like that line and that shape into that loin. He just gets a little bit more plainer when we talk about tail to set in the back of that leg. He gets a little bit more plainer on a muscle standpoint. But boy, I like how his front 1/3 dimension is and how he ties into the middle portion of his body also. Love that guy. You read him so smooth over his underline also. And then we talk about chest to floor and how that guy ties in. Very, very nice. Just like I said, gets a little bit more plainer and muscle or pattern to move him up into the class. We come into the next one right here. Guys, man, that's a really good. Go ahead and turn him sideways. A really good one. Go ahead and turn him sideways. There you go, right there. Now look at me. There you go. Oh, all right. We don't look at the audience. All right, look at your animal. But still, that's a really good level up and another full rib in that, and over the top of his body and how he just sits in. He gets a little bit more looser into his one. I like him a little bit more style. Gets a little bit more shallow right there in front of that hind side. But still, he's packed full of muscle. He's got good muscle out of the lower portion of his leg. I may have to fix him just a little bit on a structural standpoint, let him walk just a little bit more easier on those back legs, but it's still a nice one. A good dense rim, a good dense forward also. We round out the class 2. Just a little bit more plainer on the muscle and the shape of that muscle and that rim in the middle portion of that body. We talk about the top side of that one. That one just needs more load and power and shape. We need to level out that dock just ever so solid. But still, that one gives you a good look, a good presence. I like that shoulder to blade and how that one sits in also. That one just gets out power, just a little bit more loin, a little bit more shape in the middle portion of that body. But still a nice one to round out the class. Let's congratulate those kiddos.
Congratulations to Leah Fritz first. Second was Alyssa Costa. Third to Allison Wagner. Fourth to David Guyman. Fifth to Reed Stambaugh. Sixth to Bridget Barber. If you're following along in our program, reading down 4, 6, 5, 3, 1, 2. In the ring at this time, we have Class 26E. This is our last class before our middleweight champion. We have Avery O'Meara, Elliot Weishauer, Lillian Selby, Mackenzie Butler, Hunter Huff, and Brady Cromer. Lambs in this class are weighing 142 to 144. We do need all our firsts and seconds for this division to the makeup area. Firsts and seconds in the middleweight division to the makeup area.
Welcome back to the fair, and we are going fast and furious on our interviews here at the Market Lamb Show. But I'm going to be honest and personal for a second. Two of my favorite 4-Hers who are in their last year exhibiting here at the Carroll County Fair. And so we wanted to stop and ask them a little bit about about their memories of the fair and what they've learned through the time they've had showing market sheep. So welcome to Estella Gover and Kylie Medlin. Thanks for taking a moment. I know you got a lot of showing to do today.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
So take us into your first show today with Showmanship. And I saw you both come out, and it was an emotional time for you. What are the emotions knowing that this is it in terms of showing market lambs here at the fair?
So growing up together showing market lambs, myself starting in 2020 and Stella starting shortly before me in 2018, we've always kind of gone back and forth. So Showmanship is kind of a big deal to us. And just to know that this was our last kind of roundabout in the ring together was very, very emotional, and for me, the end of an era.
Yeah, it's a lot. Like, I go back through pictures since she started showing, and we've been in the same showmanship class for almost everything every single year, and we are like always like neck and neck with each other. It's like a trade-off every year. So knowing like this year was the last year, like I don't know, like it hasn't set in yet, but it like slowly has been. So it's like it's a punch to the gut, really.
So you both have been showing that for some time. Estella, you started as an 8-year-old.
Yes.
Kylie, you came a little later, but nevertheless have a lot of experience. So what are some of your favorite memories being here at the fair? Moments where you did well, or things that you learned that will stick with you?
My favorite moment, and I've like been fortunate to win a decent amount of my competitions and stuff. It's actually my first year showing. I had this massive ewe lamb, and as an 8-year-old in the ring, when like there's a video somewhere and it's a terrible quality video, definitely, but everybody's losing their lamb. Everybody, there's little 8-year-olds running around with the lambs, and I was the only one who didn't lose their lamb in that show ring, and I happened to be champion junior that year, and that was like, I think about that to this day, like I came from being this, I won because I didn't let go of my lamb, to now I'm here and I've been reserve grand showman, been reserve grand showman and things like that. So it's like something kind of funny like that. It's like probably one of my favorite moments being here.
One of my favorite memories, and also sort of a little bit of a lesson wrapped up into one. My first ever lamb that I showed, his name was Donald, and he was stubborn as possible. I mean, this lamb never wanted to work with me. It was very, very frustrating. And everybody kept telling me, oh, well, just stick with it, keep working with him every day, and one day it's all gonna click. And I'll be honest, I did not believe those people one bit. I thought they were all crazy. And then I got to the fair, my very first year showing, and I ended up reserve intermediate showman to yours truly, which was a big honor for me. And it really showed me the importance of perseverance and sticking with something and keeping at it with the hard work and determination, and that it all truly does click into place at one point.
So, and one of the things you two represent so well is that, yes, we're competitors, but you discover that you're lifelong friends along the way. And every 4-H'er here has that story about people that they met here in 4-H and at the fair that'll be with them for their whole life. And so share a little bit about what you've meant to each other and what it's been like to do this together.
I mean, so when I first met Kylie, it was her first year showing, and my first conversation was, I really like your ewe lamb, can I buy it? And she had so many people ask her that, and she was just so done with it, and she's like, she's not for sale. And I was like, man, I don't know who this girl is, she's just not having it. And lo and behold, like 2 years later, we are like inseparable. We go to like every show together, like we're always in the ring together, and like it's sort of like that an awkward interaction to like we do like everything we do, we're always together like in everything because we're such good friends, and like I help her out, she helps me out, like we are always on each other's sidelines cheering them on. Like I said today with Showmanship, I honestly didn't want to win the class. I wanted Kylie to win more than I wanted myself to win.
So honestly, I think our friendship has been something really cool because we push each other a lot, and we always end up going back and forth in showmanship. Our parents will literally stand ringside and go, well, who's it going to be this year? And honestly, I think that we push each other really well because we're always trying to kind of continue that pattern of flipping back and forth and things like that. But it's also nice to know that whether I win the class or whether she wins the class, we're all still supportive of each other. Like, I'll be happy if she wins the class, and she'll be happy if I win the class. Like, we're there for each other no matter what, even if it means our own selves falling into second place. That's okay, as long as one of us gets the success.
Well, and your story certainly suggests the power of the fair and the power of 4-H to make one another's best better. And both, it's been a joy to watch you both grow up in the show and to become the people that you are. And so thanks so much for stopping by and talking. I know you still have more showing to do,
Yep.
so good luck to you both the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Like that one a bunch also. Round out the class. This is a really nice one. This one just gets a little bit more plainer when we talk about that dock and how that one sets into the loin. We got to relax on ever so slightly into the spine and just let that one move a little bit more easier on a structural standpoint on those back legs, but still love the build, the front 1/3 of the body. That one's really nice, and how that one ties into shoulder to blade also to round out the class. Congratulations, those exhibitors.
We would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Hunter Huff, was first, Brady Cromer second, Elliot Weisschauers third, Mackenzie Butler fourth, fifth is Avery O'Meara, and sixth to Lillian Selby. If you're reading down your program, 5, 3, 6, 4, 1, and 2. Entering the ring at this time, we're going to be selecting our middleweight black-face crossbred champion in reserve. From Class A, we have Atlee Hoy. Atlee's lamb is weighing in at 130 pounds. Following Atlee is Mackenzie Weaver with a lamb weighing 135. Liam Hartner won Class C. His lamb weighs in at 139. Class D is represented by Leah Fritz with a lamb weighing 140 pounds. And from our last class, Hunter Huff is exhibiting a lamb weighing 144 pounds. Our seconds are as follows: Lloyd Arball, Caden Reed, Madison Myers, Alyssa Costa, and Brady Cromer. If you are exhibiting a heavyweight black-face crossbred in Class 29A, please start making your way to the makeup area. 29A to the makeup area.
But we get out here in this middleweight drive, and it just doesn't disappoint me at all. I know the heavier build these ones get, the more stylish they're going to get also. They're going to have more product to them also. And so, boy, just a really good lineup with these class champions and reserve class champions. Very nice ones and very eye-appealing. When they get out here, I look at them like, man, they match up so good, and I'm comfortable with that because I think they look good. They have a good build to them. And they got some muscle and they got some quality to them, and that's what makes a great show lamb. You know, and you got to put the look into them also when we talk about that extension of neck and how it ties into shoulder to blade. I know you heard me talk a lot about loin. You heard me talk a lot about blade and width and shape and underline on these sheep, and that means a lot to me because I think that's part of their build of where they are. You know, these are high-class animals, no doubt about it, and we got to have some good cuts out of them also, especially on that loin edge, and so that's where it comes from, folks. It comes down to which one has a little bit more muscle, and you put that style and that shape into that muscle also, and make them like a good show limb. There's one that's extremely good out here. He keeps catching eyes. I like that one a lot. Really cool, and really neat how that one just functionals off that structural system off that hind leg also. Very good. I'm going to go out and pick your champion. Let's give a good round of applause out in this division. Good job. Excuse me. As a young lady brings that one in, I thought that pair was super good and super close. And well, that doesn't disappoint you on the amount of quality and shape that one had. I also thought that one got into the mix pretty quick. I'm going to evaluate them one more time, and then I'll get you a reserve.
Exhibitors, please stay in the ring after he picks reserve. We are doing an overall top 5, so he may go more than 2 deep here. So please stay in the ring after he selects reserve. To catch everyone up around the ring, at the end of the night, we will be selecting a top 5 overall. The judge found that this middleweight division was very competitive and very close, so he decided to shake the top 5 hands. Those top 5 should be on deck at the Grand Champion Drive. Does that make sense? Mr. Rill, are you with me? Okay, thank you. And your top 5 are like this. Your middleweight champion was Liam Hartner. Your reserve was Atlee Hoy. 3rd overall was Mackenzie Myers. 4th overall was Mackenzie Weaver. 5th overall was Leah Fritz. We will see those exhibitors back at the end of the night. Thank you for understanding that as we did a little outside of the program there. We're going to move on now to heavyweight crossbreds, blackface. This is class 29A. We have 4 entries: Michaela Durr, Kyle Reed, Olivia Miller, and Wade Smith. Lambs in this class weigh in between 145 and 147.
Well, really nice class, only 4 starting out. Starting out this heavyweight division, and thought this one was really good. That one is just the boldness in the center and the portion of that one, how that one just, that weather just ties in so good. He's so square made over the top of his blade and how he just sits in, and if you got to appreciate the levelness of that guy, but he's packed full of good muscle quality also from the front 1/3 of his body to the center portion of his body. Just doesn't disappoint you on a standpoint of muscle and style and shape down to the lower portion of that twist and that inner thigh. I like him a lot. When you put your hands on him, he's just really good, and he reads a good old heavyweight right there from the front 1/3 of his bustle, how he just ties in from that, I'd say that forearm. But boy, just appreciate the amount of shape and muscle he has from the front 1/3 also, and how he ties into chest to floor, and he gives you such a really good look from when we talk about from a jaw standpoint to a face standpoint also, and just has a really cool neck and how he just ties in really good. Got him really good on condition also. Like that one a lot, good on feet, bone, and structure. Young lady comes in next with a super good one. Boy, love this one over his hip and how that one just really dives down into that loin. It's got some power, got some shape. You know, maybe the one that just didn't have enough right there behind blade to set to win the class compared to the counterpart in the class. And I thought that was kind of the deciding factor between number 1 and number 2, because that one is so level over the hip and how that one just comes down and ties into a big old thick leg. She's got some good socks working on that one also. Boy, just really nice on the hair quality. But we talk about that underline also in that forearm and how that one just comes in and ties into that blade and how that one just sets down from the front 1/3 of its body. That's a neat one. That's a really good constructed one also. A lot of power and shape, like the handle of that one also. Like I said, that place was those number 1 and number 2 were pretty close, and when you got to go on blade length, that's pretty close pair right there. Young lady comes in third. That's a super good one. We like the balance of this one when we talk about full rib and mid rib also, but the underline of that one is really distinct and really good, and that chest floor just ties in super good. That one's super clean. It's a little bit more chunkier right there from that blade and how that one just kind of sets into that neck. I like to clean that one up just a tad bit, but I do like the under portion of that breastplate and how that one ties in. But then we get up on top, we get a little bit more chunkier right there. I talk about how that one just sets into loin and how that one sets into power and shape in the lower portion of the twist. Got some good muscle, maybe just needs a little bit more handle, but still a very nice one. We round out the young man in the number 4 position, but a really good one. This one just gets a little bit more plainer right there from dock to tail and loin. I like the power of that one, I like the shapely that one up, but still enjoy the fore rib and the mid rib that one has. Just gets out maybe a little more on chest to floor also. Like to contain that one ever so solid, but still a very nice one, like I said, into that fore rib. A very nice one to round out the class also. Congratulations to those exhibitors in that heavyweight class. Good job holding on.
Wade, can you wait just a second? Wade. We would like to congratulate Wade Smith. He is our rate of gain champion for the lamb show at the Carroll County Fair. His lamb gained 1.083 pounds per day, which is a lot for a lamb. So we would like to congratulate Wade for that accomplishment. Results of the class are as follows. First was awarded to Kyle Reed, second to Olivia Miller, third to Michaela Durr, fourth to Wade Smith. In the ring at this time, we have Class 29B. We have 3 entries: Eli Barber, Tuck Stambaugh, Estella Gover. Lambs in this class are weighing between 149 and 154. I am looking for all first and second heavyweight lambs to be ringside at this time. Again, all firsts and seconds ringside at this time. While we have a moment, I would like to introduce your Maryland Sheep and Wool Ambassador. This is Miss Emma Shaw. She is a Carroll County 4-H member, and she has been here this evening handing out all our ribbons. Please put your hands together and congratulate her for her accomplishment and thank her for being here this evening.
get in this heavyweight class, only got 3 of them, and so, you know, they're really nice and good quality ones. They look like good old heavyweights also. They got some pounds for product on them. The young lady's going to win this class. I like the balance, and that one overall build of muscle and character, how that one just ties in to that muscle. You know, when we get to this heavyweight stage, you know, we give or take just a little bit on condition, but that one's just right on condition of where that needs to be. That one handles really firm and really good for me to the full rib, to the middle rib also, but it's got some loin and shape and power also. Like that one a lot, but boy, just the amount of twist of muscle that one has, very, very nice. We talk about the front 1/3 also, ties in super good, like that one. On a structural standpoint, maybe it just gets out a little bit more on those back legs because it's got so much power and shape and dimension. The lower portion of that twist, we give or take just maybe a little bit on a structural standpoint, but still that one's so good. The build is right to the front 1/3 of that blade, just pops out and ties into the center portion of that body, and still has a good clean look, real good, and chills right there behind blade to set also on a condition of a finish. Like that one a lot. I think that one handles very well and firm to the touch. We get into the young man next. That's a really good one. And boy, you just put your hands on. This one just gets a little bit more softer in its type and kind. I think I can just chisel this one up ever so slightly, but still, when he gets that one to push, and boy, the power and shape of that one is just tremendous amount of loin and back to the lower portion of that twist. Like that one's lying underneath. Maybe it gets a little bit more skinny right there into that full rib. I like to drop that one down ever so slightly, level that one out just a tad bit more right there through that full rib, but still gives you a good look, a good presence right there from neck to shoulder and blade, and how that one ties, and also like that from head to pole. Very, very nice one, very comfortable right there between number 1 and number 2, very close pair. We get into the third one, really a sleek one in that one's design. I like the handle on that one. It just needs a little bit more behind blade to shape, and how that one just kind of gets into that full rib. I like to drop the middle portion. I like to drop that full rib just ever so slightly to get into those feet and legs, and let's balance that one out just a tad bit. Maybe gets right a little softer onto that heel also, but still appreciate that long neck and how that one just kind of ties into shoulder to blade. Maybe drops just ever so slightly into that shoulder, but still a really nice one to round out that pair of 3. Congratulations to the young man.
We'd like to congratulate Estella Gover was first, Eli Barber second, and Tuck Stamball third. We're now going to select your champion and reserve champion, heavyweight black face crossbred lambs. Into the ring from class 29A, first place was Kyle Reed. While we're waiting for our heavyweight class to get rolling here, we did have some additions to our alumni showmanship. Ann Costa, Lisa Lookaball, and Jolene Costa. We still have 3 spots available. 3 spots available for alumni showmanship.
Showmanship.
Eli Barber. Eli, we're looking for you. We need you in the ring. Speaking of which, there's no Barbers on the alumni showmanship list, and I believe that's a very deep family in showmanship for lambs. So here we go, folks. First place from 29A is Kyle Reed, lambs weighing 145. First place from 29B is Estella Gover, that lamb's weighing in at 154. Your seconds are as follows. Olivia Miller, with a lamb weighing 147, and Eli Barber with a lamb weighing 149. At the conclusion of this, we will pick a champion and reserve champion overall blackface, and we are probably again going to go 4 or 5 deep in that selection.
Well, we get out to the heavyweight drive, and only 2 classes, but I thought those classes were very comparable in the quality and shape that those sheep had into them. But, you know, when we get down to heavyweights, do we put in the equation of, hey, these are heavyweights, what is the condition like on them? Are they firm to the touch? Do they have a good handle to them when I touch them over their rib and over their spine? And I think they really do. I think these things have good quality. I think they have good shape in them also. We talk about that one that came out of that first class. He's really good. He excites me a lot because of his build of his rib and how that one ties in to his shape of his loin and how he drops down into that muscle pattern, like I said, to the lower portion of his twist. He's really good into the inner part of his thigh and how he comes down. He sits down on really good bone and structure and really, really eye appealing also. We put that into the equation. We look at that guy from the front 1/3 of his body. We talk about blade. We talk about shape and how he just ties into that neck to cavity and comes up and sits into his head right there to his jaw, and how he just transitions down from the back of his blade and how he ties down to the crest right there over the top of his blade and how he just sets down. That's a really nice one. That's a good balance, proportional one. We get down to the other heavyweight in the heavyweight class, the heaviest class of this evening. That's a good one. He's good to the handle, to the touch. I like that guy's rib and cage and how he transitions down to his flank also. But still, you admire the amount of power and shape. He does get a little more upright when we talk about right there to tail to set on that hind side. I like to drop him down just a little bit, but he's pushing a lot of muscle and a lot of power and shape, like I said in the class. Those are 2 extremely really nice sheep that win those heavyweight classes. Those reserves were good also. Just a little bit more, I say, needed more to the touch as I put my hands onto them, but those are extremely good sheep also. I'm going to go out and pick your champion. Congratulations, young man, right here. Talked about that one too in class, and that was an extremely good one also. You know, maybe just a little bit more, I say, get that one firmer to the touch, but boy, the muscle, when you talk about a skeletal width structure on that one also, gives you such a good look, such a good presence also. I'm going to fill on both of those, and I'll pick your reserve.
In the makeup area, we need the following exhibitors at this time. In the makeup area, we need your lightweight champion exhibitor, Madison Myers. Your lightweight reserve, Kylie Medlin. Your middleweight champion, Liam Hartner. And I don't need him in yet, the judge is taking a break, but this is who needs to be there. I need your middleweight champion, Liam Hartner, your reserve, Atlee Hoy, your 3rd overall, Madison Myers, your 4th overall, Mackenzie Weaver, and your 5th overall, Leah Fritz. I need you all in that area. I would like to congratulate your heavyweight champion, black-faced crossed lamb, was exhibited by Kyle Reed. That trophy was sponsored by Deanna Guyman and Lucas Guyman. Your heavyweight reserve champion was exhibited by Estella Gover. And that award was sponsored by Lineborough 4-H. We are going to pick your overall champion black-faced crossbred, and probably 3, 4, 5. And then we're going to move into your AOB division, which is pretty small, so pay attention because it will move kind of quickly. Here we go. From your middleweight champion was Madison Myers. Your lightweight, your middleweight was Liam Hartner, and your heavyweight was Kyle Reed. Your lightweight reserve champion was Kylie Medlin. Your middleweight reserve champion was Atlee Hoy. And your heavyweight reserve champion was Estella Gover. Your third, fourth, and fifth middleweight are in the makeup area: Madison Myers, Mackenzie Weaver, and Leah Fritz.
Well, I'll tell you, very, very nice pair out here, and good pairs that match up really well in those divisional classes. And hopefully you can see that, boy, when you really just glance across them, and I'm the type of judge that I get my division champions out here, get my breed champions, whatever I'm judging, whatever's in front of me, I want to make sure that they look alike. And hopefully you can see that a lot of these sheep, they look alike in their type and kind. They got the right build. They got some front to them. They're extended from their neck, and how they just tie in so good over the top of that blade, and how they just set to pattern over a loin and have a lot of good, powerful shape into them. And so that's what I'm looking for. And then you put the factor, like I always say, the show factor into it also. Which one just kind of stands out of being that show animal, but still having all those good qualities of meat cuts to where we need them to have them at. Because at the end of the day, this isn't a breeding show, this is a market show. And so we're looking for good market qualities, but I look for sheep that are designed right. They're designed right over their skeletal system, and how that meat and that pattern sits into that skeletal system. And so very, very pleased with all these out here. I'm not ashamed of none of them, of what I put out in front of you. I think they're good ones. I think they're good quality ones, and I like them a lot. And I'm going to go back to Texas and say that was a darn good sheep show. And I know I got a few more to judge after this, but still, these black faces, they get you excited, and they should get you excited because they're hybrid vigor, they're bred really different, and so you can do a lot of things with them. But I like this set out here. And so, hey, I'm going to tell you one thing. Some of y'all been sitting here the whole night, parents, whatever else, spectators, helping these kiddos out, but they did a really good job. And this young man, he opened the gate for every kid right here, right? And I'm the type of guy so what'd you like about the sheep show? Because I know you've been doing it for a long time, so just tell the audience what you thought about the sheep show tonight. Your honest opinion. You can shoot darts at me later if you want to.
Yeah, you did a great job. I thought you did an excellent job.
All right, that's good. I'm glad he ain't gonna throw no darts at me, right? But was it good quality throughout the whole show? I seen you. Hey, come here. You were looking. He was looking the whole time. Was it a good show? Was it good quality?
Yeah.
Okay. He said, well, DT probably messed up a few times here or there or whatever else. I had some good spectators over here also. Were you watching the show? Man, I like that Jimmy Juice. I like putting it on my hogs also. What do you think about the sheep show tonight?
I think it's real good, all deep set.
Good. He said a deep set. I like that livestock terminology also. So, hey, one time, let's make some noise for these kiddos out here. They worked hard, whether you know them or you don't know them, but they did a good job on presenting these animals and getting them right and getting them fed right and getting them presented right. So, hey, that's what the county fair is about. Yeah, we're here for competition, but talk to those people you might only talk to once a year or whatever else, because that's what it's about. It's about good fellowship, and it's about good people making these kids better people. And so that's what this thing's all about. Livestock comes to our life all the time, but these kiddos are forever. You remember that when you go down the road with them. They're going to grow up and do great things in this world also. But hey, y'all been a great audience. I like the enthusiasm that y'all gave the kiddos out and the support y'all gave them, and God bless you. I know we got a few more deals and we got to kick up a Supreme, but hey, thank y'all again if you're going to leave ringside after this, the divisional champion. But there's one of them out here. I talked about just being smooth and being good, and that one was super good and super balanced. It's going to be your heavyweight. Congratulations, he's going to be your champion. I think there's another one that mirrors that one also, one that just kind of grabs the gear over just how that one's made and the build of that one's made, and the balance is going to be out of your middle. Congratulations, he's going to be reserved. Good job.
We're going to bring in Madison Myers.
We'll bring some of those middleweights out because I thought that was a really good division, and so did the committee. And they said, hey, DT, pick about 6 of them out of there and have them come back. There's nothing to take away from the lightweight or the big heavyweight because they're extremely good into the mix. But I really like another one also. I thought that was a good set. This young lady's going to be next. Congratulations to her. One that's extremely good also. I thought this one had good lines, and when you put your hands on them, that one's good and firm to the touch. It's going to come out of your lightweight division. That's going to be the next one in line. Congratulations to that young lady.
All right, this is the last one. She got out here. That's going to make a difference.
We'll keep on going also, and there's another one that's extremely good that I really liked and I like to build. This lady's going to be next. Congratulations to her. And then our heavyweight's going to be next. Congratulations to her. She cheered for every one of those kids. Give her a good round of applause. That's great sportsmanship. I like that. And she shook a lot of hands on those kids today also. Congratulations to those kiddos that were competed in that blackface division.
We'd like to congratulate our top 5 champion blackface crossbred lamb division. Your champion was sponsored by Tori Manahan. Congratulations, Kyle Reed. Your reserve was Liam Hartner. That was sponsored by Country Colors, the Costa family. Your 3rd overall was Atlee Hoy. Your 4th overall was Madison Myers lightweight, and your 5th overall was Madison Myers middleweight. We are now going to do your AOB division. I have a single entry in class 34. This lamb weighs 120. If one or two of those champion black crossface want to come up and talk to Mr. Sam and do a podcast, that's probably available. I'm looking for class 37 medium weight AOBs.
Well, we get this single AOB out here this weather, and a young man that says, yeah, he needs to push a little bit more harder, and I agree with him, but still the build is right on him. I like that guy from chest to floor and how he just levels out over the bottom of his belly, but it comes into flank also. A really neat one to admire, just some shape and over a tremendous amount of loin, and a little guy like that, I like his loin. I think he's right there on track of where he needs to be, but he's got a lot of muscle and twist also to come along with that, but still, he extends that neck. He gives him a really good look from chest to floor. He opens up. That's a really nice one to start the cross division, the AOB. Congratulations to the young man.
We'd like to congratulate Lloyd Arbaugh. That was 1st place. We're now ready for class 37. It's 35 and 36 are a scratch. Into the ring comes Elizabeth Worley and Caroline Worley. Their medium weight AOB lambs weigh 143 and 148. At the conclusion of this class, we will be selecting your champion and reserve champion AOB lamb.
we get into these heavier ones, and boy, they just don't disappoint you. I think you got different types and kinds out here, but you know, we're judging these weathers for a muscle standpoint, and you have to kind of stick with that in mind. And I think I'm just going to leave them as they are, because the young lady, she has the one that has a real good build. He has some top shape and some loin shape also, but we get down to the bottom of the portion of their twist, and we have to compare them. And the young lady right here behind her just gets a little bit more lighter into that twist. We got to power that one up. We got to give that one a little bit more shape right there behind the young lady that wins out of the pair. That's a nice one. You know, yeah, can we say that it's a little bit more crustier right there down to the neck, and you see it's a little bit more firmer to the touch, but I still think that one just has a little bit more power and shape and the loin and dimension, how we read that one on the hind saddle also. Like I said, just the amount of leg and shape in that one compared to the one behind it, I think that's where you got to go with these two, because they're really built right there, good in their kind. Young lady has a good handle behind that one on just a standpoint of how you put your hands on top of that one. Just needs a little bit more loin, gets a little bit more flatter right there down to that dock to tail, and as we just kind of transition down to muscle to pattern, wish that one just a little bit more stouter, but boy, love the silhouette, love the balance of that one also. That's a great pair. Congratulations, young ladies. Good job.
Congratulations to Class 37 medium weight AOB lambs. First was Elizabeth Worley, second was Caroline Worley. Into the ring at this time, we're going to bring Lloyd Arbaugh. His lamb weighed 120. Elizabeth will follow him with her first place lamb that weighed 143. And Caroline is there in second with her lamb weighing 148.
Oh yeah.
Hey, how are you? Sure you are.
Yeah, he leaves every Monday morning and come home till Thursday. Yeah. I can't tell you where it's at. He could be in New Jersey, he could be in Delaware, he could be in Maryland, he could be in Pennsylvania, he could be in Virginia. He's a millwright for TAM Services. So TAM is a grain bin company. So he runs legs and alter systems and motors and all.
Get out here in this breed drive, and they're really good ones. And you know, at the end of the day, you got to make sure that you stick with what you know and the quality of these sheep, and that they have some meat to them, and they have some lines. And I talk about lines of being balanced, and make sure that muscle ties in really good, and they fit the par, whether it be heavyweight or weight. They still look the par of what they are and how they come into the classroom and what class. So there's one out here. I really like the muscle. I like the tone of muscle also, but I like the shape of the muscle in that one also. That was going to be your single weight lightweight. He'll be your champion. Congratulations. Young lady's going to be reserved. Congratulations. Let's give these kiddos a good round of applause. They did an excellent job.
Worley.
I don't know which one. I don't know her name.
Elizabeth.
That was great. How are you doing? Have you been here all day?
Your champion AOB was exhibited by Lloyd Arbaugh, and your reserve champion AOB was exhibited by Elizabeth Worley. Those awards were sponsored by Lynn Talbert and Kitchens by QBI. We're now getting ready for our Grand Champion Market Drive.
There you go. So we picked the grand and reserve overall, and then
3, 4, 5.
okay. So
Yep. Grand
3
reserve.
after that, 3 more after
Yep.
that. All right.
We're going to do a top 5.
Pairs and group classes.
And we have to do bread nose too.
Pairs.
You have
Put
2
them all
classes
together.
of pairs. So the kids will bring out their pair of lambs and you'll judge those 2 classes. And then we're just going to put your first and second pair class and put them to the side so that everybody's in the same place.
I got you.
We're getting ready to select our top 5 lambs here at the Carroll County 4-H and FFA Fair for the 2026. We're here at the Eddie Harrison Jr. Memorial Arena. This arena was dedicated in loving memory of Eddie Jr. and Janie Harrison. We're here in the Shipley building, which was also donated and sponsored. And Judge says he's ready. Mr. Rill says he's ready, and here we go. Your champion natural colored lamb was exhibited by Olivia Miller. Your champion white-faced lamb was exhibited by Cadence Hoy. Your champion black-faced crossbred lamb was exhibited by Kyle Reed. Your AOB champion was exhibited by Lloyd Arball. Your reserve natural lamb is being exhibited by Taryn Runshaw. Your reserve whiteface is exhibited by Lexi Zepp. Your reserve crossbred is exhibited by Liam Hartner. In the makeup area, we have our 3rd overall blackface crossbred with Atlee Hoy, 4th with Madison Myers, and 5th is Madison Myers.
Well, as we conclude, I think we still got a few more things to go after this, but this tops the chart right here on just good quality animals that represent, the breed characteristics of what we go by. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause, and especially if you help them, man. I mean, that's great. To be out here, I always tell people, yeah, it gets late, and sometimes at a show you want to be there late. That means, you got grandeur reserve in a breed or a division, and you're moving on. And so, hey, that's what it's for. The time clock don't mean nothing to me at a show. If my kids are showing, we're going to give it all we got, and we're going to go home at 3 in the morning, and that's going to be all right. But we're going to know that we did something there and made some noise with some of those folks. And hey, that's cool. That's what it's about. We're good. We're good competitors, and we're good friends also, and always remember that. But hey, thank y'all again for having me. I totally appreciate it. The quality was very good. Good kiddos at the end of all those animals, also driving them and putting them together for you and having a great show, because it's all about the kids. It's their show. We have a great committee. I want to thank y'all for helping out. Y'all done such a great job with these kids, getting them efficient, getting them in the ring, getting them in order. That takes a lot of time and a lot of patience back there to make sure they're in line. And I'm on a few committees at my fair also, and so we want to, I know what we go through, and we don't get paid nothing. It's just for the kids, and we like doing it. A lot of us have been doing it for years and years, and so that's what it's all about, is giving back to these kiddos. And so can't be selfish at none of these shows. You just got to have a warm heart and an open heart for these kids, and that's the main thing at the end of the day. So hey, thank y'all again for having me. God bless. Just coming back to the sheep, this is really good ones, and well, there's some nice ones that represent other breeds, like I said, in the characteristics, but the build is here. The build is right. They have some shape. They got some value. They got good looking hair coats on them also. They got good shag on them, as that we call it in Texas. We like that old shag. It's pretty neat. Makes them just look a little bit more efficient, a little bit more cooler as a show sheep. And so you definitely got that out here on every pair out here that pair up. Very, very nice. Let's just give them a real big round of applause. Let's make some noise, audience. These kids have done a really good job. Yeah, I know we're getting tired out here. I'm going to go out and take one more look, and I'm going to pick your champion, supreme champion overall. But hey, thank y'all again, and God bless you. We're going to have a fun time picking out this top 5 also. Good quality of sheep here. Once again, thank y'all kids for being great audience. Some of y'all thank me for coming, and some of y'all cheered on others, and that's awesome. That's what it's all about. We get out here and pull that one in, boy. That pair, they were extremely good in their build and how they were made. And I always tell kiddos, I said this in the cattle show also, when we train our judging teams and been having some success with them in Texas. I always tell kiddos, if one of them that you like and you keep going back to them, you probably like that one for a reason. Something about that one, the build of that one, or the muscle or the shape of that one, just kind of grabs your attention. And there's a lot of them that out here grab my attention. But there's one I keep coming back to. I said, man, that one is so good on the handle. That one's so good on the touch. That's going to be your black one. Congratulations on your dark. Ones that follow suits next is this young man right here. Very good black-faced sheep. Congratulations to him. Such good quality on that one also. We get out here and things change the equation, but there's another one I extremely like, and I'm the type of guy that I don't mind what breeds they are or what they look like or what classes they come out. There's another one that I truly like. I love the build on this one. I love how that one handled from the front down to the back. The young lady right in front of me with this weather is going to be next. Congratulations to her on the white. Boy, decisions are tough now being made out here because these are extremely good. I like this one, that blue sheep out of that blue class and a dark class, and I like this young lady also. I think those are extremely well. Those are extremely close. I'm going to field on them one time, and we'll finish out your top 5.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion market lamb was exhibited by Kyle Reed. That was sponsored in memory of Mr. and Mrs. John Frock, donated by Jerry Frock. Your reserve grand champion market lamb was exhibited by Olivia Miller, and that award was sponsored by Hampstead Veterinary Center. Third overall was donated by Magstone LLC and shown by Liam Hartner. And your fourth overall market lamb was exhibited by Caden Toy, and that was sponsored by Ripple Creek Farm. And your fifth overall market lamb was shown by Taryn Runshaw, and that award was sponsored by the Weaver family. We have a few more things to do here this evening. We're going to do a pair of lambs. We're having six in this class, a pair of market lambs. Looking for Claire Collins with her pair, Lorelei Masamore, Taryn Runshaw, Jensen Wagner, Brooklyn Wagner, and Mackenzie Butler.
Okay, so my daughter-in-law produced that reserve grand lamb.
Oh, really? That's awesome.
That's Crystal's lamb.
That's so sweet.
Yeah, that one kept on grabbing my attention. I was like, I like that thing.
They kept saying, do you think we can hold it for state? Do you think we can hold it for state? And Crystal kept telling them, let's see how it does at county fair.
Yeah, the problem is that when they're fresh and they're on spot, you never know how they're going to change.
They said,
the build of them,
Siri,
they're going to keep that
what do you
freshness.
think? And Crystal's like, I'm telling you, we need to wait.
All right, my pair of lamb exhibitors, push your lambs together. If you're a pair, push your pair together. Squeeze them like a sandwich. We have our Mr. Carroll County 4-H. He's here to give out ribbons. This is our first of 2 pair of lamb classes. If you have a pair, squeeze your pair together so the judge knows you're a pair. I'm looking for Nathan Crome, Avery Becker, Madison Myers, Bridget Barber, Elliot Weishauer, Alyssa Costa, and Estella Gober in the makeup area.
Getting this class of pairs and really good. I think there's a pair out here that's very comfortable to each other in their build and their size and their scale. The young ladies right here with the blues are going to win out of this class. Congratulations. Gets really close out here. I think, you know, if you go by just build and by size and how these are constructed, maybe one of them's just a little bit more taller than the other, but boy, these match up so good on quality of meat and shape. They're going to be next. Congratulations. These young ladies are going to be third. Congratulations to them. And then we'll go on down to 4th, 5th, and 6th. Let's give them a good round of applause on this first class.
Results of your first pair class is as follows. First was awarded to Tara Grunshaw. Second to Alyssa Costa. Third to Lorelei Masamore. Fourth to Mackenzie Butler. Fifth to Jensen Wagner. And sixth to Brooklyn Wagner. You can go ahead and bring in your next class of pairs. Mr. Rill, you can go ahead and bring in our next class of pairs.
Nobody's listening to me. They've tuned me out.
Into the ring, we have exhibitors Nathan Crome, Avery Becker, Madison Myers, Bridget Barber, Elliot Weishauer, Alyssa Costa, and Estella Gober. Pairs. Pair exhibitors, push your lambs together. Push your lambs together. If you have a pair, push them together. Olivia, push your pair together.
That was Hunter.
We got our top three out here. I think it gets extremely close, but there's two that I really like out here. And when we pair them up, you know, I've been to Denver and watched them do the carload, the truckload, whatever. And it's really interesting, you know, you get 6 cattle together and they try to see, you know, which ones are so close together. There's sometimes they put bulls and heifers in there also and offsprings. And so that's neat. So that's glad that y'all do this at your county fair because it just puts you on another competitive edge also to kind of pair these up and see where they're at. Two that are extremely good, extremely close together will be the 2 young ladies out here. They're going to win your class. Congratulations. The far end, I know they were in the wrong class a while ago, but they're going to be second. Congratulations to them on a really nice, good close pair. And they're going to follow up third. Congratulations. Let's give these kiddos a good round of applause, and then we'll work our way down on the other side. But still extremely good sheep, good quality animals. Always be proud of your animals that you bring them into the ring, kiddos. Y'all did a great job.
All right, I'm hoping I have this right. So we had Madison Myers in first, Estella Gover in second, Alyssa Costa in third, Avery Becker in fourth, fifth was Nathan Crome, sixth was Elliot Weishauer, seventh was Bridget Barber. We do need Madison and Estella in the ring. And then we need to bring Taryn back over with this one. And then we're going to do Lorelei. You come in next. And then you guys. Oh, you guys were second. Okay, thank you. Sorry, Alyssa, I'm getting a little tired. So in the ring right now, competing for champion pairs. From the first class, we have Taryn Runshaw's natural pair. From the second class, we have Madison Myers.
Gwen.
Your second places are Lorelei Masamore and Alyssa Costa. As our judge is finishing this up, please remember to nominate your lambs. Come and nominate your lambs. The night is pulling to a close. You need to nominate your lambs.
We'll get out here in the pairs, and extremely good ones. We compare these two class winners with the darks and with these black-faced ones, and young ladies bring a set that's really good. You know, we compare pairs on muscle and build and make sure that they match up. I think they're really close in their type and kind. Young lady might have just a little bit more stouter one right there on the left-hand side, but that's a really good pair. These blue, I like them over their hips. I like them on their muscle quality also. Maybe one just an edge a little bit more stouter than the other, but I think their build is right. I think you judge these from point to shoulder also. They're extremely close in their type and kind. They're going to be the champion pair. Congratulations. The young ladies will be on reserve. I don't know if you get anything, but you'll be reserved, and you can say you're reserved. Hey, let's give them a good round of applause. They did an excellent job in this pair division.
I think it's Madison. Madison Myers.
All right, so your champion pair of market lambs was exhibited by Taryn Runshaw. Your reserve was exhibited by Madison Myers. This is your last call for club groups. We're going to start bringing you in. The four of you squeeze together so we know what the group is, and give each group a little room. All right, here we go. Down, move down, there you go. Got to give each other a little room here, folks.
Sorry, at this point, I'm just giving directions.
Go for it.
Also, if you have bred and owned lambs, bred and owned lambs is the next class. You can bring one bred and owned lamb. One. Also, adult showmanship, Kelsey Zepp, Brody Hansen, Jim Weischauer, Crystal Stowers, Amber Miller, Robbie Wagner, Amanda Fritz, Molly Rill, Layla Metz, Miss Bobby Schmidt, Peyton Zepp, Ann Costa, Lisa Lookable, Jolene Costa, Christine Stem, and Ethan Zepp. Get your lambs ready. We're going to pick one club group. We're going to pick one bred and owned lamb, and we're going to do adult showmanship prior to pictures.
Well, a club group is where they all kind of match up on their thighs and on their hips. And I've judged these things before many times, and there's a set of them out here that I really like, and I think they're good. You know, are they the most powerful bunch of the group? I don't think so, but I think they're the most complete group of them all. And you read them from their hips, they're really good, and over the top of their, I'd say when we talk about that blade and how that one sets in, the young group over here is going to be your champions. Congratulations.
I'd like to congratulate Sam's Creek is your champion club group. Bred and owned exhibitors. Head in the ring. Just start heading in the ring. If you have a bred and owned lamb, head in the ring.
They said that's okay to show. Okay, don't stress yourself. No, please. I renominate you.
I already paid the money.
No,
I'm not
they
doing
said
it.
if you get renominated, you have to buy yourself out. No, you have to renominate. Oh my God.
Okay, folks, this is the third announcement. If you have a bred and owned lamb, I need you in the ring. We are picking one bred and owned champion. I got four 4-H'ers in the ring. Bred and owned going once, bred and owned going twice, no more. We got 4.
I know who's out there. I got Bridget, I got Elliot, I got Weston. Who's that, Jensen Wagner. So I got Elliot, Jensen, Weston, and Bridget.
Well, we evaluated these animals, and so I'm not going to talk too much about them, but they got good bills. The young man brings us one that handles really good over the handle. This here's how we relax just a tad bit, but I think that's a good muscular one of the bunch. The young lady brings us probably the more prettier one of the bunch, and now that one just ties into shoulder to blade. Like that one, how it comes in the loin. The young man brings a really nice one. Also, I think that one was super cool. Just need a little bit more right over the top and read that one a little bit more greener. The young lady brings a really deep fronted one, or one that on that full rib and that middle rib, really good. I like that one a lot. You know, and just said these a little bit more shapely, it's a little bit more handle compared with that carcass. Also, was still an extremely good one. I think it gets extremely close out here between the young man and the young lady. The one that just has a little bit more muscle, a little bit more shape, and you know, this is a good class because you know it's bred on you probably bred them at home, and so you had some ewes and you're getting into production and things like that, and that's awesome to the county. And so I commend you for that. That's awesome. A young man's going to be our champion. Congratulations.
All right, Elliot.
Your champion bred and owned was exhibited by Elliot Weisschauer. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, alumni or old people showmanship. Our judge will be Kyle Reed. So Kyle, come on out and get a microphone. People who are on the list, get a lamb. The ring is yours. Kylie Medlin, you've been asked to join the ring. Kylie Medlin in the ring as a judge. Kelsey Zepp, Brody Hanson, Jim Weishower, Crystal Stowers, Amber Miller, Robbie Wagner, Amanda Fritz, Molly Rill, Layla Metz, Miss Bobby Schmidt, Peyton Zepp, Ann Costa, Lisa Lookaball, Jolene Costa, Christine Stem, Ethan Zepp, Bryce Zepp, and Keegan Rill, I'm sorry you were nominated again. Grab a lamb, head in the ring. Good night.
We got alumni showmanship in the ring, aka the Zepp show-off of their past days, and some reels out here as well. Elliot, are you showing for your dad? You are? Where'd he go? There he comes. Kyle, you better start cutting some people. We got pictures to take. Hurry up, bud. Oh, there goes the first one.
Well, attention in the barn, attention in the barn. 3 quick announcements. 1, don't forget to complete your thank you notes and get them back to the committee. 2, don't forget to nominate your lamb because that's going to end very shortly. 3, we're doing pictures as soon as they're done here.
Oh, there goes the first set.
For those of you who are standing ringside and are still hanging around, I need to tell you that the exhibitors standing in this ring at one time or another walked out of here as supreme showmen. A lot of these people standing in here are the coaches of the young people you saw tonight. Put your hands together.
And there goes the lone man left of the group.
This mic is better.
I don't know her. Isabella Corbin, if you are selling a lamb, you need to come nominate it. If anybody knows Isabella or her family, if she is selling a lamb, she needs to come nominate it.
That's it.
Down to our last Zep left. Peyton, at least you beat your brother.
Well, hello, people. You got it? Now that's why you got pulled. Kelsey came out, just had the lamb in control, had it set up every time I looked at her. Braced hard every single time I came to handle. Yeah.
Good eye
You just did good. What'd you say?
Good eye contact. Also, right? Yeah.
Everybody else did good. You either didn't have your animal set up in time, set up correctly, didn't have it brace, or have it off the ground. Now, but you all did good. I wanted the $100 bill. You didn't give it to me.
And that'll do it for the 2026 Carroll County 4-H and FFA Market Lamb Show. Just want to say thank you so much for hanging with us. It's been a really special day. Congratulations to our exhibitors. Congratulations especially to Kyle Reed, our grand champion Market Lamb. And we hope to see you throughout the rest of the week as we continue to broadcast not only great livestock, but great kids and great volunteers here at the Carroll County Fair.